Alright, so last time we were playing, you gentlemen had found yourself a little asteroid base, swooped in, took out some droids that were guarding it, and found enough fuel to refuel the ship, plus some trinkets and a potential base you could take over. You also found, although that you won't remember this because it was something I forgot to tell you, that you found a Drock assault pod, boarding pod. It is a spike-shaped ship that I'll give you a card for in a minute, docked to the back of the station. It's how the commando droids got in here. Basically, it's a spike. It has no life support. It's built to deliver droids. So it has no life support. It has no fancy flight mechanics, no hyperdrive. But if you shoot this spike into another ship, it can disembark troopers onto the inside of the ship. It's actually a pretty cool mechanism, but if you want to use it for yourselves, you may need to make some modifications to it. I will try to fetch you a card for that real quick. You guys were debating what to do with this place at the end of the last session. You also got some nifty loot. Oh, and Waz ate a half-rotten, who knows how old thing off the floor, which instantly cured him of all diseases.
It was not as appealing as I thought, but I feel better, and I stand by my decisions. I also got a knife and a hand-free weapon system.
Yeah, you guys found some cool stuff in the.
We only got a bunch of swords.
Here we go. Here we go. Here's the ship you found at the back of the station that brought the commando droids in.
Oh, okay.
Those 4 arm things close to make a single spike, and then when it's shot into a ship, it sinks itself with those blades all the way into the hull, and then those blades expand out like that in order to basically make a hole wide enough for the troops who are in this little cocoon part to jump out of this magnetic field, which is this red part right here, to get into the ship.
Huh. But it can't take life forms.
In its current state, it would be difficult to be a life form inside one, mainly because the internal dampeners are not that great. If you increase the internal dampeners, then as long as you didn't mind having your own life support and you'd have to make some changes. I'm not saying it couldn't do it. You can't just say I'm going to hop in it and jump into the other ship and expect that to be a non-harrowing experience.
Right.
But it is a valuable tool for this party because your ship-to-ship combat skills are not fantastic. But if you were to suddenly be on the inside of an enemy ship, it might be a different story.
Yeah, so can I roll a warfare check, figure out how we could shoot it? Maybe
you can just fly it. It's meant to be there's a piloting seat. You could just fly it there, but you'd need to modify it to take regular people, or you'd need to build droids to, be the droids that you shot into the other ship and not go yourselves.
Okay.
I think he's saying, Captain, we have a way to, if we see a big old oil tanker, we can own that oil tanker from the inside out. But it's also saying that it's going to be pretty hardcore inside that little bad boy.
So
yeah.
I also have one more bit of retconning from the last episode. In the end of the episode, I noticed that Waz had picked up some swords. You didn't use them, but you picked up 1 or 2 of the swords that the commando droids were using. For the purposes of something that I intended to happen, that has quote-unquote happened, you never actually used those swords or put your hand in the hilt properly. You simply picked it up and threw it in storage.
Hey, I'm scared of those swords now. Actually, no, I'm Waz. I'm not scared of those swords. I picked them up and I put them on my back like they're really cool and scary. And I intend to use it the first chance I get.
Do we still have Pain?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, let's just making sure. So, because of the attendance rate for tonight, Randall is going to be like, I think that we could probably get this base's magnetic field operational, and he's going to go try and start working on that. So that this base could have a operational hangar deck that was pressurized. Currently, there's an emergency field that's holding the base's atmosphere in, but you guys are all still in environmental suits.
Do I know a guy that would be interested in buying these old ships?
No, probably not. You could flip a Destiny token and you'll know someone, but they're not going to be in this area. You're going to have to get them out of here.
Didn't those guys on the planet, like, they're only looking for parts, and I feel like we have a bunch of parts. They don't have a lot of money, but that would help us Robin Hood.
I mean, if you wanted to use the ships instead of sell them, the most effective thing would be to kind of kit car them, rip all the... Because the parts are what are useless. The hulls are fine. You'd have to rip all the guts out of them and replace them with, like, modern-day starfighter parts if you wanted to use them as actual fighters. They are, as you guys kind of hit on the idea last time, they are far more valuable as museum pieces or collector's items because they're in pristine condition. They're antiques, and people collect things like that.
Would Jira, the crazy lady, care about antiques?
Possibly. I don't know how you'd possibly know that info.
I'm saying, hey, Captain, these are cool things. Like, is this a bargaining chip? Can we try to get Jira in the same room as us and just punch her in the face?
I don't think that's going to happen. But what we can do is flip that Destiny token, and I can know a guy. Maybe that works at the Smithsonian Museum.
I love that, the Smithsonian Museum. So, you definitely know a guy. You remember when you were talking to Captain Teal of the Dirty Deeds, that he talked about moving old school stuff like this, and not only do you know that he would probably be interested in taking it off your hands, but he gave you his contact all the way back on Nar Shaddaa that he usually sells to.
Okay, so logistically, how would we get them there? We can't load them into our ship, right? The Proto Shadow wouldn't be able to hold them.
The fighters you could probably squeeze into the cargo bay. They wouldn't be like launch ready or anything, but you could probably squeeze them in without too much difficulty, even with the load that you have now. The big ship, however, is the size of the Lambda shuttle. And it's meant for dropping troops on a planet, so it's got these weird attachments to it. It looks like it was designed to hot drop possibly droids or small walkers of some kind from underneath the wings. So it's got some weird attachments. But the bottom line is it's got these huge apparatuses on it, and in one piece it's not going. Now, I'll skip some checks and just say you guys do some math and figure you might be able to take it apart and ship it in the Proto Shadow in pieces, but you'd have to take it apart and reassemble it, which is a huge project.
Let's see if that guy's willing to travel. If he can come here with a whole bunch of stuff that the people on the planets would need, and he would be willing to trade said stuff for these really cool old ships.
Yeah, so I think we're on the same page. We were going to take maybe these strike fighters with us to Nar Shaddaa, make the contact, and then tell them, hey, we've got this extra thing that we just can't move, but if you're interested in it, you can come pick it up.
I think you guys have forgotten a key detail here.
What's that?
You know how to get in. He's a smuggler.
You are in a hidden star sector that has a very specific corridor that allows you to get in and out that changes. You can get in and out, but if you start leading other people in and out, you're going to have a problem because they're going to figure out what's going on and stop you.
Does the tractor beam work while we're in hyper? Like, if we picked something up and then went to hyperspace, would it stick with us?
I think they do work in hyperspace, but it is an incredibly risky maneuver. I'm not positive on that, but I think they do. For the purposes of if you want to try to tow it through hyperspace, I'll let you risk it if you want. But it is a way to generate a shit ton of money if money is what you're looking to do.
Just now we need to fund this army.
If we can get the big ship just in space, we could just kind of weld it to the outside of the Proto Shadow. I think once you're connected to the hull, you're a big part of thing as you're jumping through space.
I don't. One, I'm not sure that would work, and two, we're trying to turn it over as a historical, for its historical value.
Yeah, I was trying not to fuck it up.
It's got a bunch of clamp things on the bottom. This is a clamp to a wing thing that we have on the Proto Shadow.
Those are landing struts.
Do we know somebody that could take it apart?
I mean, you guys could take it apart. If you were looking for an actual starship mechanic that'll do it right, then no, you don't. I mean, you have a very basic understanding of starship mechanics. Like the average Joe knows a little bit about how to work on his own car, but anything serious he would reasonably take to a mechanic, that's about your level of knowledge.
I have a acetylene torch, and I'm just smiling, looking at the flame as you're talking about taking it apart.
Can I reach over and put the flame out?
Oh man, PvP! I'm gonna cut his hand off.
I don't think that's a great idea.
So you guys are still in the cargo room chatting about what you're going to do, and Lucy walks through the door, and she holds up the sword that she's taken from the droid by the blade, and she points to the handle and says something. We established Payne knows a little bit of Mandalorian, right? Okay. So she says that's dangerous.
We'll look at it.
Oh, you're actually going to pay attention to it. Okay. I was going to say, do any of you take any note to that, or are you just going to be like, duh? Okay.
I'm not going to say anything to anyone. I'm just going to look at it.
There's Twi'lek blood all over the inside of the handle.
Verify that she's Twi'lek.
She is Twi'lek. How do you verify that she's Twi'lek?
Med scanner.
Okay. You've never actually done that before. That's why I ask. Okay, so go ahead and give me a medicine check. Make it 1 red.
This is not my sheet.
It does help if you use your check, as your medicine check is significantly better than the rest of the party's.
Where is that fucking scanner thing? It's a bummer.
I think it just gives you 2 boosts. I could be wrong. It might
I
upgrade.
had 2 things. Yeah, I don't know. I had two things that did it. I had a handheld thing and a kit.
Alright, 4 success and 3 advantage is still pretty successful. She is definitely Twi'lek, because that's what you're scanning to check, so 100% you confirm that without a shadow of a doubt. Your 3 advantages are what's really important, though. There's an anomaly wrapped around her spine that goes from the base of her neck down to the bottom of her spine and runs along the nervous system and bone structure of the legs and arms. It's not organic.
Define anomaly.
The computer doesn't know what it is. It just knows that it's not organic and it's probably made of metal.
Huh. Weird. We'll have to get that looked at some point. Alright, what about this blade, the handle on it? What is it,
So you look closely at it. It's got blood on it. Since you rolled such a good medical check, we're not going to redo that check. You look down at her hands and realize that even though it's already starting to heal at an incredible rate, her fingers have been cut to the bone. right at the base of where the finger connects to the hand.
Is there some kind of a security measure that needs to be disabled, or it only works for droids?
Does your hand have human-like fingers?
No.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
define human-like fingers.
Do you have, fingers you could stick in to grab it, or do you just have a pincer?
Oh, no, I have fingers. I thought
Okay.
you were talking about, like, soft, squishy finger. Like, no, why would I have soft, squishy fingers?
That's that. You're kind of already getting at what I want to get at. Do you just grab the handle?
I mean, if I saw that it shredded her hand, no, I wouldn't just grab it, but I am looking in there to see where the security measure triggers.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a mechanics check. Since you already pretty much know what you're looking for, we're going to call it a 1 purple check. Okay. You poke and prod with a medical instrument rather than your fingers, not knowing if this is going to hurt you. And as you put pressure where one of the fingers should have went, 4 blades extend out in a way that would cut a normal human's hand off at the knuckles if they tried to pick up the blade.
Can I disable it?
It looks like it's a simple spring-loaded mechanism. It can be disabled. It also has a small reader on it that basically won't deploy those. Like, if a droid grabs it, the droid hand is enough to keep it in, but it looks like it does have some sort of also key that an organic could use it if the key were enabled. You could keep the security feature if you wanted to program it, although it is a pretty brutal one.
Yeah.
Say I could put it on like the handle of a pistol though.
If you wanted to completely rebuild the pistol. What would you say, Payne?
I'm gonna tell Waz that he shouldn't use those swords.
Alright, he says you shouldn't use your swords, Waz.
I am playing with my fire stick instead of the swords, and I look up and I look at him and I look at Lucy. And
Her hand is healing at this point, so I don't know how much you're gonna see. But if you're gonna pull a sword, I would say now would be the time to do it, since I can get your hand more or less back in.
It's just my knuckles. I'm going to say this sword and reach back and pull out one with my left hand, because I have my fire torch in my right hand.
You know, when I imagined this scenario, I thought these exact series of events would happen, and I was prepared to do this. I'm going to flip a dark side token. Your fingers shear off.
I'm gonna walk over and collect those.
He was kind of asking for that.
Yep.
You gonna put those back on?
I am going to attempt to put them back on.
Okay. Here, or are... I mean, you obviously, there's not a medical facility nearby.
You know, I got this.
Okay. Are you going to do them all at once or one at a time? I mean, they're going to give you one really hard check or progressively more difficult checks to do them one at a time.
I'm a pretty good doctor. I'm gonna do them all at once.
Okay.
This little piggy goes to market.
Okay. Roll me...
I gotta be honest. I'm really hoping I put them on backwards or something. So he has a pinky for his trigger finger.
Roll me two reds and 2 purples for a medical check.
Can I assist? I'll hold the other digits while you're sewing one on.
Sure, you can hold down Waz. Be like, you dumb...
Yeah. There you go.
All right.
It doesn't hurt.
Can I just knock him out?
You can, yes. You don't even
I
have to.
feel like
you don't even have to roll for it.
I just reached forward and touched like a little nerve under his chin.
Oh, I thought you were gonna do it
Oh, hold
medically.
on. Yeah, you're supposed to apply pressure right here on the neck.
God damn it!
You passed. That's that what you're gonna do. That's why you're.
You put the fingers on, huh?
Yeah.
You put all the.
No advantage. No advantage. Something bad should happen.
So you put Waz's fingers back on.
Yeah.
And you can choose, when to wake him up. But
Wow, you are a doctor.
Lucy is like, didn't you just tell him not to do that? Why did he do that?
Mandalorian, I tell her, because he's an idiot.
So she grabbed it. How did her fingers come back on?
She didn't get a dark side point, and also, you don't know why.
Did her fingers come off?
No, her fingers did not. I should probably point out that mystery metal goes all the way down to her fingertips and toe tips. But Payne is the only person who knows that.
So it wasn't just wrapped around her spine; it was all throughout her body.
Yeah, it basically follows her skeleton.
I would tell you she has smaller hands than Wes, so that is why it didn't cut her fingers off.
That makes sense to me. I'm a pilot. All right, you want to wake him back up now? Maybe give him a shot of painkiller.
Why?
I mean, we gotta plan our next move.
Of course.
Maybe
poke
throw
him in
the sword
same
away.
nerve and wake him up.
Okay. Wes?
My fingers!
Yep, they hurt like a bitch. Your left hand is temporarily immobilized while your fingers grow back. Or
I use my
reattached.
menthol ointment on the cuts to make sure that there's no infection. So
Ooh,
probably
boy.
gonna burn for a few months.
Did you tape it in a fist shape thing?
No, they completely work.
Well, all but one finger. One finger is extended in the current cast. This is just a joke. It's you can they don't work. You can move them a little bit, but it is excruciatingly painful until it fully heals. And they also are in a fragile enough state because he just did a field patch. You haven't been in a Bacta tank or anything, so they're basically stitched back on. And they can come off if you try to, say, punch somebody with your nub.
Can you wrap it up a little bit tighter, Doc?
Can you make it like a carbonite cast?
Yeah. You know what? Good idea. I pull out my bandages soaked in my menthol healing ointment and wrap his hand as tight as I can, up to the elbow.
Plaster cast.
Yep.
Okay. You plaster cast around it?
Yep.
Okay. Waz, you now have a hardened plaster cast around your left hand. It basically makes it it's like having a blunt bludgeon weapon. So melee or brawl attacks with it will give you an extra +1.
It's my club. Thank you, Doc.
Absolutely. Hey, maybe next time when I say don't do something, don't do it.
Also, what's wrong with that sword? Why did it cut my fingers off?
Well, I would have told you that.
It's
if you
trapped.
Not drawn it immediately. But I think at this point you should be well aware of it. Cut your fingers off because it has blades in the handle.
So we usually have a guy here that says it's a trap, but he's not here right now, so it's a
It's a
trap.
security measure. It's designed to be used by droids.
As you talk about Randall, you hear things in the building just turning on. It's like the building's coming to life.
Good for him. I'm glad he's figuring it out.
I don't like this sword anymore. We should sell it to somebody.
Mission puts her.
Why would we do that?
Excuse me. Lucy puts hers back in its holster. Now that Payne has disabled the trap on it, this is mine.
Yeah, I can just disable the trap on yours if you want to use it. I was going to do that before you whipped it out and cut your hand off, but
Well, it didn't cut my hand off, just my digits. And now I got a club hand. So I think I'm okay.
just to be clear, it's super burny right now, and it's encased in that super hard stuff, so you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I am just biting my teeth and talking to you like whatever.
He just imagines it's actually on fire and it's a religious experience.
Yeah, I have a flaming punch that I can do.
I'm watching on the medical scanner his body as I watch his pain receptors fire, and I'm having a really good time.
So can you fix my sword?
Yeah.
Fix one, and then we'll sell the other one as a trap to somebody.
Why would you sell someone a trap?
I don't know. Why did my fingers get cut off? Not
Wouldn't it
thinking
be-
straight.
But wouldn't it be easier to just cut their hand off if that's what you wanted to do?
So where are we going, Captain? We trying to sell some stuff?
Yeah, I was thinking about going to Nar Shaddaa, talking to a guy I know. But,
Check to disable the other sword. Was it 1 purple or 2?
Now that you've done it, I'm just going to let you do it. If all you want to do is disable it, you know how to do it. It's like, how many
Right.
times do you need to learn how to stick a paper clip in a CD-ROM to eject it?
what else is here? Is there anything in these cargo crates and stuff?
So most of this stuff is so old as to be useless. There are
Yeah.
a couple of these are actual fuel containers. Like I said, there's enough fuel in the station to completely refill the proto shadow after you re-refine it. It's like gasoline. It's been sitting so long, there's sediment at the bottom. But once you re-refine this, you could easily refuel the proto shadow, or you could fuel a bunch of if you had tried to salvage these fighters, you could run these fighters for a long time. This was blatantly a base that these fighters were attached to, so all of the things in the crates are like spare parts and stuff for them, but they're so old that like the packaging and the parts have kind of fused together. Like that's how long they've been sitting here.
Alright. So let's start making the fuel thing happen. We'll get all the fuel over to our shuttle. And get it to the proto shadow. Or can we refine it here? Is there stuff here that we can use?
There's equipment here if you wanted to do some repairs on it. Since Randall's an NPC today, I'll say that those kind of things can just happen. He can also get the forklift droid working to do all the heavy lifting, so you don't have to lift anything.
Nice.
So, and don't forget you've got this boarding ship that you have to figure out what to do with as well. The boarding
Right.
ship is pretty small. I wish I had a token for it. It's about the size of one of these strike fighters, folded up. So it's something that you could clamp to the bottom of the shuttle if you wanted to travel with it through hyperspace.
Okay. So how much of this can we get to the proto shadow?
The fuel-wise, you can take all of it.
Where's my...
Yeah,
You guys
with
can.
the strike fighters and the
If
the
you
Drock.
Yeah, realistically, if you want to take, so none of these things have hyperdrives. I think. I don't think this thing had one, but I can't remember for sure. If it would have been really ancient. So flying them there themselves is probably out of the question. Realistically, you'd have to bring the proto shadow here.
So we can
Let's
take the
find-
Lambda with fuel and then go get the proto shadow and then jump back, come here.
Yeah. Yeah, the Lambda shuttle's been converted to a fuel tanker, so it's got a massive tank on the inside. You could load all this fuel into that. Of course, you wouldn't want to jostle it around too much at that point, because basically that fuel container you have inside is a bladder. It's like a plastic tank that you're going to pump the fuel into. It's just kind of sloshing around in the cargo bay.
What's the little droid doing?
He's going around working on stuff. Him and Randall seem to be getting along just dandy. He's just happy to be part of the Republic, in quotation marks again.
We'll have to get Mr. Clean to look at him.
I mean, from your experience being a droid, you can tell that this droid is suffering some pretty severe PTSD equivalent. Like, he's definitely in need of a memory wipe really badly. Not all the marbles are going on up there.
Alright, yeah, I think we should fill the Lambda shuttle. We'll take the Lambda to the Proto Shadow. And then we can bring the Proto Shadow here and try to load up as much as we can to make some money.
Do you want to offer some of the people on that planet a trip to Nar Shaddaa?
You think people will need to go to Nar Shaddaa?
They can't leave the planet. If we can smuggle them off, they would love it.
Yeah, that's a good point. We could try that. See who wants to go.
Like those farmers that we saved and then saved again.
What about the Lambda?
We can't fly both.
Separately, you could, sure. The Lambda doesn't fit in the Proto Shadow. If you're going all the way back to Nar Shaddaa, you realize you're flying like it's going to be a week and a half there and a week and a half back. And that's fuel. Like the Lambda takes fuel too. Just a lot less of it than the Proto Shadow. So
No, okay. So when we load, we'll take the Lambda with the fuel to the Proto Shadow. Bring the Proto Shadow back here with the Lambda. We can park the Lambda here, load these strike fighters up, and then head to Nar Shaddaa with the strike fighters.
Okay.
And sell them, get some cash, and then we can head back, or we can go somewhere else. I think that's the plan right now. I can't do anything with this bigger ship right now, but hopefully I can meet somebody that can take it apart the right way, so that we don't just trash it because it's worth cash.
okay.
Or we use the tractor beam.
I think that's a terrible idea. I don't want the chance to lose it when it can sit right here and be perfectly fine. It's not in the way, and it's a nest egg, basically. It's that mech that's in cold storage. If we need it, we can use it.
We're leaving Randall with the dropship, telling him to fix those internal dampeners and make it a little bit more drivable.
If Randall's up to the task, I thought he was working on this base.
He's been trying to get things back up, but it's also worth noting that while he is getting it done with the droid's help, this is not his specialty. So,
Right.
because he's NPC'd, I'm not going to allow him to die, but his repairs may be of lesser than fantastic quality. You don't actually have a proper starship mechanic, but you have several mechanics that can kind of do it. It's like I'm trained to work on cars, but that's say for instance a crane or a heavy piece of machinery. Many of the concepts might be the same, but you're really supposed to have a specialized mechanic.
So we need to hire somebody.
We're looking to sell some starships. Maybe they got a guy who's looking for a new job.
Yeah, maybe at Nar Shaddaa when we sell these things, we can pick up a mechanic.
You can buy
Somebody interested?
You can buy anything at Nar Shaddaa.
Okay, so I think that's the plan. We won't have Randall just like... He doesn't really need to fuck with this boarding ship. But if he can get this place livable, we can start to use it as space, because I think we're going to need space.
Okay.
Having multiple bases is going to be a good idea too.
Okay.
So yeah, let's head to Nar Shaddaa and find a mechanic.
Okay, so what we're going to do... we're going to move these fighters off the map. And instead of flipping back to where the Proto Shadow is, we're just going to narratively say you come back and pick these up.
Yeah. The Lambda can stay here. Randall can run that.
Okay.
That way he's not stuck here. He can go get pizza or whatever.
Alright, so it's going to take you guys a few days to refine the fuel, which I'm sure you do. Who else are you leaving with Randall? We got Clax and Lucy are your current NPCs attached to the captain. Or are they both coming with you?
I was planning on having them come with me.
Okay. So it's just Randall and the droid. I'm going to come back and he's going to be talking beat boop.
Isn't that droid kind of insane? We're going to come back and it's going to be wearing Randall. I am Randall now. Boop boop.
It depends on how long Randall's PC is gone for. If he's back next session, then that absolutely won't happen. Okay, let's pack this map up, and let's load Nar Shaddaa.
So what are we calling this base so we remember what it is? Antique garage?
Cold storage.
Cold storage? Okay.
Nubs. That's where my fingers are.
Well,
Nah, your fingers are on your hand.
between refueling and refining and getting back to the ship and access to Bacta and all that jazz, you would actually, you'd actually fully recover in that time, because it's going to take a week and a half to get here, plus that refining time. During the hyperspace trip, Pain,
Mm-hmm.
do you sleep in the med bay? Sleep being recharging in your case.
Yeah, I don't think I have a room, so sure.
I mean, you would have quarters like everyone else, unless the captain says otherwise.
Yeah, but I don't really need them, so I don't know why I'd have them.
Okay. Roll me a 2 purple discipline check.
Discipline. That is, yep.
Trying to simplify this as much as possible. All right.
Okay.
So during this hyperspace trip, in about 4 days in, you're gonna wake up, and Tavi's gonna be like, "You've been offline for 48 hours," and you're gonna have meant to wake up in 4 hours. And as you wake up, you're gonna notice that the Bacta tank's level is about 20% lower than it was when you shut down. Several of the medical instruments in the med bay have been moved or are not where you left them. And what would you like to do? Those are the observations I'm going to give you. But what are you going to do?
Security cameras.
Okay. So there isn't anything on any security cameras. And when I say there isn't anything, I mean like they've been wiped. They're static.
Huh.
But only in the med bay.
All right. That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna bring this to the captain.
Okay. So how's that conversation go?
Hey, Payne, what's up? I made tea. You want some? No, you don't drink tea, do you?
I'll take tea.
Okay, I'll make him a cup. Sit him down at the table with my tea.
Okay, so you guys are in the mess hall.
Yes.
It's over here. Where's Payne? Payne's here. Captain is here. He needs to be smaller.
Hey, so you remember that time we had a stowaway?
Lucy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a stowaway.
How do you figure?
Well, first off, thanks for noticing. I've been asleep for 2 days.
I mean, I've been kind of busy, Payne.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, we're not friends or anything. It's not like I've saved your life multiple times. But yeah, I've been unconscious for 2 days. Thank you for noticing.
Payne, you haven't been unconscious for 2 days. Where are you getting that?
I checked my records. I've been unconscious for 2 days. Someone's been using my medical systems, and the video footage in just the med bay has been wiped.
Well, there's not too many people that can do that, Payne.
Yeah, hence stowaway.
Well, we can check to see if there's been unauthorized access to, the security footage and stuff like that, but I'm pretty sure I saw you yesterday.
That seems pretty unlikely, as I was asleep by my records.
Well, maybe you need to be checked out too. We can go get Mr. Clean to look at you. I think it's a pretty good idea. You're not even drinking this tea I made you.
Yeah. Tavi's
There's
gonna
something definitely on your mind.
Tavi's gonna
Right.
Tavi's gonna pop up and be like, the basilisk looking at our programming would probably be counterproductive. You have definitely been out of operation for 48 hours.
Listen, Captain, I brought this to you because I thought you might want to know we had a stowaway. But, if you don't give a shit, I guess I don't really give a shit either. It's not my ship.
I mean, I give a shit if you're saying there's a stowaway. We definitely need to investigate it. I'm saying let's investigate it. I'm also saying that, like, your evidence to pointing to a stowaway is not necessarily
Well, what else
all
would
there.
it be evidence of, Mr. Detective?
Well, we could check a bunch of shit. It's probably not a stowaway. It's probably somebody that we know that's going through your shit.
Who would... I mean, we don't have any other doctors in the ship.
Okay, well let's take a look. Where's the there's a thing over here, right?
You can find a terminal if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, I'm looking for a terminal. Do we have to go up a flight?
No, you can find one in there. If you're just looking for basic terminal, you're just looking to check the existing logs.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a terminal in every room.
Okay, so look, we can look at the door locks or the door logs, right? See who's going in and out of the medical bay. Let's check that
Yes,
first.
I totally had forgotten to check things like security.
I know that you checked security, but you checked what, cameras?
So
Let's check door logs.
Dex pulls up the door entry fees or door entry logs, and they are also blank. And when I say blank, I mean blank. Nobody has entered or exited the room since it was created in that log.
What?
Oh, look, that's so weird. Something odd is happening. It's only someone had been able to tell you.
Okay, I believe you. It's not that you didn't tell me.
Oh, I'm
it's
so glad you believe me now.
there's investigations that have to take place, okay? Let's try to figure some stuff out.
You're being very sensitive about this, Captain. I don't understand.
Look, everybody gets blackout drunk occasionally. You've basically just come to me and said, hey, I've been blackout drunk for 2 days. Thanks for caring. Like,
Are all organics as retarded as you? Asking because I may need other employment.
it's not hard for you to find other employment, Payne.
I know. I'm a doctor.
Okay, like, ease up. I'll help you out. Let's figure this stuff out. Where do you want to go next?
It's your ship and stowaway.
All right. Let's go check with. We did this last time with Clean. Where's Mr. Clean?
Mr. Clean
You could
is
have him do. You want to put him on? Have the droids go through and. Do
Yeah, I
the,
think that's an idea.
So Mr. Clean is in the workshop. As you approach him, what do you ask him to do?
Mr. Clean, I hate to go through all of this again, but and I give like side eye to Payne. Can we borrow your droids maybe for a couple hours to do a sweep of the ship?
He looks at you and is like, yeah, Captain, that's what they're for. They do make sweeps of the ship on a regular basis now. I've got them programmed to do maintenance through all those droid access ways. What's the deal?
Well, good point. Good point. So, like yesterday, did they go into the medical lab at all?
Let me check the logs. Usually they avoid the medical log. Dr. Payne is very territorial. No, they haven't been in there for a week.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think that's a little odd?
Well, I think they only come in there when you request them to. One of them outright said that he thought he might get disassembled if he went in there again and bothered you while you were working.
I believe that.
I don't think I ever used those words. When did he say this?
I don't know. In the past.
You can be pretty threatening.
To organics.
All right. Well, we could also ask.
another droid.
Say what?
Have you
We can-
ever? I asked the captain if he's ever seen me threaten another droid.
No, but you being threatening to organics is like something we've got to work on
Why?
because it's rude.
Hold on. It's rude to be threatening to organics, but not to treat droids as slaves.
I never treat my droids as slaves. Are you my slave? You're a doctor. I think I treat you as a friend.
You just accused me of making it all up and being on a hangover binge.
I didn't accuse you of making it all up. I verify.
Implied.
Verify. Trust, but verify. That's how this
Right.
works. Maybe Lucy knows what's going on. Anyway, yeah, Clean, can we get your droids to do a sweep? We think there's a stowaway.
Do the sweep we did where it's concentric paths, so that it slowly closes the gap that things could hide.
Oh, you want me to try to herd any potential intruders to a certain location?
Yes, herd and keep them from being able to dodge. To get behind your line of.
Okay.
So-
Is there a specific location you want me to herd them towards?
Yeah, let's do the rec room like we did the last time.
Okay. It's going to take about an hour.
Okay.
Okay. And he just starts hitting some buttons. I feel like Payne would always find visits to Mr. Clean to be disconcerting because he's got like droid limbs hanging from hooks all over his workshop and stuff because he's a droid technician. So there's like
I think I would have started making notes and attempted to set the med bay up the exact same way.
But with organics?
Yes, yeah. I have a cloning facility now, so I should be able to have a few spare parts.
Well, Mr. Clean also has on his workbench for anyone who would have been looking. It's a very organic looking droid arm. Dr. Payne would instantly recognize it as not a droid arm at all. It's a cybernetic arm. He's been dabbling in cybernetics ever since he lost his hand.
Ah, good for him. Do what?
Yeah, I forgot that Mr. Clean lost his hand.
Right.
Yeah, he's got a full blown droid hand right now.
I'm eventually going to make notes with him. We're just going to merge our two shops.
Actually, that's really profitable. Cyber workshops are a thing.
Would you like a new body, better, stronger, and faster than your previous one? With our clone
Yes.
cybernetic bodies, you can have it.
All right. So the hour goes by. You guys just chill in the rec room.
I'm going to let Lucy and Waz know what we're about to do, or what we're trying to do.
I'm going to tell you to do that. What's the word I'm looking for? Don't be obvious. Just kind of like send out individual texts to each one to meet here. We're gonna have I don't know. Tell them it's like a family lunch or something.
Lucy doesn't
Okay.
immediately show up when you call over the intercom.
Okay. But Waz is here?
Yep.
All right. Hey, Waz, where have you been the past couple days?
I was training as much as I can. I have a new weapon. I was hoping to find Lucy. Have you seen her around? She,
I asked her to
pretty
be
good with that
here.
sword.
Is she? That's kind of scary. I asked her to be here. She hasn't shown up yet. It's like typical teenage girl, I think. But There's-
She's a typical teenage girl. Nothing odd or strange about her.
I'm glad you agree. But being a typical teenage girl is odd and strange in itself.
Also, I thought she was 9.
Did you tell her you have ice cream?
No, maybe I should follow up the text.
I already sent her a text saying we had ice cream, which I have ice cream.
You guys are going to continue to have this conversation while waiting for. I'm going to take a quick bio break, and I'll be back in 2 minutes.
We do have
Okay.
ice cream now, though.
Okay, so Waz, we've had some weird stuff going on in the medical bay past couple days. We're trying to figure it out, and we've got Mr. Clean doing a sweep with his robots to maybe push a stowaway here into the rec room. So we need to be prepared for this.
I lift my head to the left-hand side, and you hear crack, 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 and I reach behind my back where my sword is. And I just smile.
So the sword thing, you're going all out with the sword?
I haven't successfully hit anything with it, and it has hit me, so I'm upset with this sword, and I'm going to take it out on something.
You haven't even gotten a training dummy with it yet? You can't hit a training dummy?
That doesn't count.
Oh, okay. So it's got to bleed.
I mean, technically, you have hit a training dummy with it. I snicker.
Again, I acknowledge that the sword has gotten the better of me.
Yeah, I know, but I wanted to make a joke.
Swords
Droid
are
jokes.
dangerous, man. And just
Droid jokes are the
grabbing
best.
just grabbing a sword is dangerous. I heard an entire galaxy was doomed because some idiot just grabbed a sword. So
No, that's not how it went. Grabbing the sword was not what caused it. The way I heard it tell, he used the sword to kill in a angry fashion, and that released a
Rage
monster
monster.
upon the galaxy who took possession of multiple bodies and almost unleashed a was it planet killing or sun killing? I can't quite remember, but it was devastating. It's in my records. I could show you the story if you have any questions.
see, this is why I don't touch swords.
Yeah.
You touch swords, bad things happen.
I wish we had recorded that campaign. It was so good.
We could always try again.
I
could be an idiot Jedi again.
I just love that I was almost definitely responsible for that entire scenario, and have somehow managed to put the entire thing on Ghost.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, you were, and yes, you did. I
Successfully put the entire thing on Ghost.
We know it's your fault.
when we finish the story arc and kill off Jarrah, I have a couple ideas for the next campaign. One of which I know you're going to like. I just don't know how we're going to do. But I was going to basically put it to a vote and say who wants to try various new things. One of the options being, how would you like to be a stormtrooper squad during the height of the Empire? Because I know you guys really want to play the bad guys at some point. I don't know how long that campaign's going to last.
Right.
Until we are ordered to ruthlessly kill a bunch of infants.
I'm actually more worried about you surviving. Because you see, as a stormtrooper, you guys can't do your min-maxing shit. I'd have to be like, these are the acceptable classes. You get stupidly low XP. You get this starting equipment. Because you're stormtroopers. You don't get to pick your gear or your training. You get what they give you.
So literally the opposite of fun.
Yeah, that's why I don't think you're going to like it.
Yeah.
But
I'm out.
We could do a one-shot, a one-set game.
Well, my thinking was we'd do a short 1 or 2 shot, which Payne would admittedly probably hate. And then if we came into a scenario where you guys could leave the Empire, then I'd be like, okay, now from here on out, you can customize your characters. But you have that common starting point. That's the only.
I like playing the game so we can be superheroes. I don't really want to be ordinary schlub who's just getting by.
Yeah,
I can do that in real life.
That's kind of why every time you guys are like, we want to play the bad guys, I'm like, but it's so boring. I don't understand why you'd want to do it.
We don't want to play those bad guys.
We want to play the superhero bad guys. The really bad ones.
They're all the same too.
No, Darth Vader,
Yep.
Darth Maul, Darth Sidious.
They're all the same.
There's lots of awesome bad guys.
Yeah, they're all the same. So, but anyway, back to the thing. So you guys have been chatting in here about your thing. The droids have showed up. No, they have not flushed anything out. Lucy's still not shown up.
Am I going to have to go get that girl? We have ice cream. It's melting. Waz, can you go get her?
Yeah.
Do you know where she is?
I'm gonna go to her bedroom.
She has crew quarters like everyone else. She's in the crew bunks. So as you come into the crew bunks, it's not well lit in here. because it's a sleeping area. You open the pod that she normally sleeps in. Roll me a perception check. Now you see heat, not light, right?
I see images and I sense heat.
How's your sense of smell work?
It's fairly good.
Is it good enough to smell like a dog smells, like blood?
Not at all.
Okay. So go ahead and roll me a 1 red perception. Good. Okay. So as you open it, there's a large humanoid in the bunk that Lucy normally sleeps in. Twice the size Lucy you would remember having been, but definitely a Twi'lek.
Lucy.
There's not going to be a response.
I poke it.
Okay. There's a grunt. It's definitely Lucy now if you get close enough to get an image of her face. But it's a much older Lucy. It is a 20-something-year-old version of her.
What the fuck?
Can I pick her? Is she like lucid?
Is
she awake?
She's not completely lucid. See, you don't see in real vision, so it's hard to describe. It's hard for me to know how you would tell this, but she's gonna have like stretch marks and strain marks and like freshly pinked skin where it's been like all up and down her body. Looks like it's been incisioned. It's definitely what's been going on in the medical bay to anyone with any logic. It's just how it happened and what happened that is going to be the question. But she's not going to get out of that bed. She's not able, seemingly, to wake herself up.
Can I carry her?
Yes, you can.
I'm going to carry her up to the rec room.
Okay. So you guys are sitting here chatting about whatever you're chatting when the turbo lift opens, and here comes Waz with this 21-year-old version of Lucy and nothing but her undergarments, because that's what she was in.
What the fuck?
And she's like been cut on significantly and then healed back up with Bacta, and like her skin has been stretched. It's like she grew to 21 years of age overnight. Or in this case, over the past 48 hours.
So I'm going to tell Wes to just let's head for the med bay. We need to run scans.
Yeah, I found Lucy. I think this is Lucy.
That doesn't look like Lucy.
Look at her face.
It's Lucy. Scans indicated it's Lucy.
Let's go to the med bay. Yeah, I'm gonna stop at the canteen and get a slug of whiskey.
Maybe bring extra?
Yeah, she looks old enough to drink now.
I meant for me.
You don't drink.
That is racist.
I mean, with this scenario, he's probably considering it.
Alright, I'll bring some.
Alright, you guys go to the med bay.
What the fuck is going on here?
So yeah, I'm gonna put Lucy on whatever I use for my scanning table.
Okay. So, does the captain come with?
Yeah, I'm in there.
Okay.
I'm pouring shots.
Okay. So, you put her up on your medical workbench and you move the scanner up and down. I'm not going to make you re-roll it because it's the same medical scan you would have done earlier. And you're going to get the same results beyond the fact that she has somehow been exposed to accelerating growth agents, and her skeletal structure seems to have been like forcefully grown out along with the rest of her. The anomaly you found earlier also has grown. Since she's on a main scanner now, you can tell that medical anomaly is made up of many small distinct pieces that give off energy.
I'm gonna summon Dr. Clean.
Okay. Mr. Clean is not really doctor, he's Mr. But Mr. Clean comes in and he's like, "Oh, Who's the Is that Lucy?
Yeah. Yeah, so I
What
found
did
an
you
anomaly.
do?
I actually found and meant to check on the anomaly after I left the planet, but I slept for 2 days, and some things have happened.
Hold on, you knew about this? This
I
thing?
I noticed an anomaly.
Well, I mean, like, you're a doctor, right? What kind of anomalous shit do you see and you're like, I'll fuck with it later?
Well, what was I gonna do? Take her apart in the middle of an abandoned space mine?
That's where you figured this out?
Yeah, I did a scan on her to make like I saw that she cut her hand on the blade and healed, and I was like, oh, it must be. I mean, we knew something had been done to her previously. She clearly was not a normal little girl.
Okay, so we don't know what all this, like pointing at it's a hollow thing, right? Like a visual display?
It's like a TV screen.
Okay, so it's showing her innards and this wrapped all up in it?
Yeah, so if he's showing it to you, it would be basically every vertebrae has a metal component that connects to something else, and every bone has a metal component that connects to something else. On this scanner, it would be able to identify the material as Durasteel, and it would be able to identify that it's giving off power and has circuitry in it.
Some kind of cybernetics, but it's a bit more advanced than anything I've ever seen.
Yeah, what the fuck? Has she had this the whole time?
Don't know. Never did a medical scan on her. Never needed.
I'm not a doctor. Okay, look.
Hold up. Are you telling me you want me to just randomly scan all of you without telling you, just all the time?
I figured you do that.
No.
I already thought you did.
No, that's rude. That's an invasion of privacy.
What's that weird thing you do when you just stare at people for 5 seconds at a time?
Yeah, I thought you were scanning everybody.
No, that's Tate.
Okay, that explains a lot. It's very enlightening. I thought you were scanning me this whole time. You've just been staring at me.
Yes. I contemplate ways to make you hurt the most. It gives me pleasure.
Is Lucy in pain?
Lucy's not conscious.
Are her pain receptors lighting up?
Yes. She's having growing pains on a scale that no one would have ever. Like, think of all your growing pains through adolescence, but over 2 days.
Yes, she is in pain. Significant amount.
You should do something about that.
I just to be clear, you guys do realize there is something attached to her entire skeletal structure that is causing her to heal instantly and grow in a manner that would normally take years in a matter of hours. And I tinker with that.
No, I'm not saying tinker with it. I'm saying shoot her up with some morphine or something so she's not in pain.
We don't know what that'll do.
Okay. Second of all, you say you've been out of it. Did she put you out?
That was my next point.
For 2 days?
Clearly, whatever it is that's happening to her caused her to deactivate me for 2 days, or however you want to put me to sleep, or leave me in slumber. Wipe all of our security systems of her. We don't know that that's her.
That's Lucy.
Yes, that is Lucy, but we don't know that Lucy is in charge right now.
Okay, so that's why you're not trying to wake her up or help her out?
I'm not helping her. That's why Dr. Clean is here. He's our resident expert in cybernetics.
So Dr. Clean's going to be like, so, if she grew that much, and he's
I give him a doctor coat.
And he's looking at all the cuts. He's like, all right, so somehow, and I can't fathom how, she's got these cybernetic implants. They would have had to have been implanted, and he points in the back to tank. Did you check the back to tank?
I checked the back to tank. I mean, it's low on levels, so I'll check it and see if there's something else there.
So, as you're going through the back to tank, the back to tank actually keeps a medical scan of every person that's put in it. and what happens, including a visual log. And you would notice that that actually somehow is not white.
Okay.
What's it show?
I was waiting for Payne to say whether or not he was going to look at it himself or show the group. Or
Yeah,
what.
I'm looking at it myself first.
Okay, so as you look at it, and because you're a droid, you can process all of this information in a fraction of a second. So I'm going to tell you a lot of stuff, but it just instantly pops into your head. Basically, Lucy did come in, and she did use the manual power button on you to shut you off. She said something to you that you can't really tell, because the way the back to tank's set up, like, your field of view is almost in... It's not meant to look outside of the tank, so you can't really tell what she said or what she did beyond the logic of, well, she did come in and shut me off. She then lowered herself into the back to tank, and over the course of a few hours, the entity that is attached to her spine basically cut itself out of her and restrained her into the tank, and then started making modifications. It also spawned off several small spider-like droids that left the tank to perform various things, like grabbing medical instruments, cloning organs in the cloning vat. They welded temporarily the door shut for the inside of the, in case someone had walked in. Some of them tapped into the computer systems. And you just watch Lucy as she's genetically modified, and then they bring Durasteel and stuff back and expand upon themselves so that they fit back in, and then they inserted themselves back into Lucy, and a few hours after that, she climbs out of the tank.
Well, that is disturbing.
You gonna share with the rest of the class there, buddy?
Yeah, I just hand you the logs, and
It's incredibly graphic.
Oh, yeah. This is disgusting.
so
What the fuck?
I'm looking at the scanner of her. So this thing connects to her nervous system or her brain?
So it connects to her, yes, it connects to her nervous system, but it also is tapped in at the base of her skull to the point where it could be connected to her brain. Maybe not enough to exert control necessarily, but to everything she sees, hears, and smells and experiences, it would be able to tap into that. With that said, I don't know that you would know whether or not she's in control, because I think that's what you're getting at, is she in control? And I don't know that you would know that or not from the information you have.
Is it? It's not we can't figure out if it's a symbiotic relationship or a parasitic one.
I don't think you would know that. I will say, if you want to, all of you can roll a perception check that have seen the log. It's going to be a 1 red, 1 purple perception check to see one thing that would give you some information that you could probably already deduce.
Okay.
Well, I'm not getting this.
Nope, neither are you. Waz, you going to take a crack at it?
I already did.
Oh.
I was too sad watching this thing attack Lucy. I want to cut it out of her. I want to fight it.
I only saw 2 checks. Who didn't go? Oh.
Pain.
Is that Pain?
I went.
Okay.
Yep.
1 success. When it's... Alright, I'll give you 2 things, because I don't know if I described it properly. When it's got her in the back to tank, just to be clear, I said it restrained her, but not in like a forceful manner. It's like cradling her. It's supporting her body so that as it works on her, she doesn't like hurt herself.
Right. That's
Also,
what I was thinking.
Also, on the very back of the spine, in quotation marks, of the entity is a Mandalorian symbol. It's the only marking of any type on it.
Okay. Is there a way to wirelessly connect to her, since she is technically half-ish robot, droid, android, whatever?
There's no wirelessly. Since you have a recording and a schematic of the... So you can't penetrate the outer layer of the entity, but you can see that there's a small data port on the outside of it. You'd have to cut Lucy open to get to it.
Alright, I am going to,
You also could try to wake Lucy up. Now that she's in here, you would note that she's not unconscious because she's suffered trauma. She's unconscious because she's been sedated.
Okay. I'm going to attempt to connect to the thing that's growing her before we wake her up.
Okay. So in order to get to it, you'd have to put her on her stomach and cut into the small of her back to get to the data board.
Yep.
Okay.
What are you doing, Payne? I don't like that.
There's a data board here.
That's her back.
You haven't even like. I know she's out or whatever, but you said she's already in pain. You're gonna go ahead and just cut it on her?
I mean,
I'm not okay with that either. She's not a robot.
She's not, but that thing that's attached to her is essentially a droid.
I get you. I think you're just too involved with making pain happen. You're gonna have to help her out here.
I think this is helping. She's my friend. I need to know that this thing that is on her is not evil.
Okay. So, are you going to do the cut?
Yep.
Okay. You do the cut. You do find the port. What do you plug the port into? Because you have options here. You can plug it into a data pad or the medical workbench or even yourself.
Me?
You plug it into you?
Yep.
So before you do it, Tavi is going to come up and be like, you have no idea what's on there. This is a terrible idea. But if you are going to do this, I'm going to put up some firewalls.
That makes sense.
Okay.
And yes, I agree. It's a terrible idea, but she's our friend.
Okay. So you plug in. Roll me a computers check. It is because she's put up firewalls. I'm not going to make you actively fight back and forth with the entity, but we are going to do an access check. It's going to be 3 purples. Because of the way you're doing this, you can't get boosts or help from anyone.
All right. Can you use a light sight?
You may absolutely use a light side token. I'll go ahead
good.
and flip one for you.
I assume Dex and I are like holding hands, nervously walking around the room.
Yeah, I'm usually kicked out of surgeries, so...
Question. If I lower the firewalls, can I redo the check?
If you lower the firewalls, I will guarantee you will get something out of it. However, if you fail the check, a bad thing is going to happen.
All right.
You push the roll. Push the roll.
Basically, you're going to push the roll. Okay. So, for a moment, as you know, you're initially having trouble connecting, you lower all your firewalls and you tell Tavi, I need access to that system right now. And Tavi's like, all right, I'll do my best. And for a split moment, which for, a droid is an eternity, a splash screen comes up and says, Basilisk Mark 9 operating system, log on credentials, and then it goes away. You find yourself suddenly having to fight we'll call it a counter-intrusion system that is trying to wipe all the firmware in your system. The first thing that it does is it attacks Tavi, who is your basic counter-intrusion system. You're immobilized, you can't move, you can speak, but you cannot move while this is going on.
All right.
You're going to have lost the first round because that's what that roll is going to be. What do you want to do for your next round?
So I want to talk to it.
Okay, you can try to.
You are bonded to the organic who is my friend. What is your intentions? You've changed Lucy.
I am bonded to Lucy. That is correct statement. I am Lucy's guardian.
You are her friend?
I am Lucy's guardian. Okay.
to guard her too.
Let me roll something real quick. I think that's adequate for a turn, especially in droid time. Okay. Tavi's going to pop up and be like, pull the cable. And you are going to get partial control of your body back, but only like your right forearm and hand.
All right, pull the cable.
Okay. You yank the cable back. Tavi's going to instantly, you're going to feel all your firewalls coming back up, and she's going to be like, that thing was trying to delete me.
Well, yeah, it's a Guardian program.
We should not do that again.
Yeah, we're not going to do that again. We're going to get some help.
Okay. Also, the organics look disturbed.
Oh, hey, so it's a Basilisk Mark 9 Guardian program that's taking care of her. I think I need help.
Mr. Clean's gonna Mr. Clean's gonna be like, you mean Basilisk? Like,
yeah,
Mandalorian. Basilisk.
Yeah, Mandalorian.
You're gonna want to do a quick holonet search on that because those are war droids. There's no way that Lucy is a war droid.
I'm pretty sure I said like a few minutes ago that she had a droid inside her.
Yeah, but Basilisks were like vehicle-sized droids. They're huge.
Well, I'm just telling you the operating system.
You
So wait.
You need me to look at you?
Do you need me to look at you? I look at him.
Okay then.
Clean. Can you delve a little bit deeper here? You said that it's a vehicle AI inside of her.
No. The Basilisks were war droids. It's from ancient times. It's like so the equivalent would have been medieval times. Like it's the ancient
I show him
past.
some pictures.
Yeah, they were these giant war droids that the Mandalorians rode into combat in the ancient Old Republic.
They were semi-sentient. They were like
But how did it end up in Lucy? That's what I want to know.
Well, it couldn't have. I mean, in the pictures he brings up, Maul, would you mind posting one? Because I'm sure you got it into the Discord so they can see it. You don't understand. They're vehicles. They're huge war droids. It wouldn't fit inside a person.
it's an operating system, not the actual fucking droid. Obviously, it wouldn't fit in a fucking 9-year-old girl.
Well, what would the operating system be doing in there?
That's what we're trying to figure out. Okay.
Can you just wake her up and we can talk to her?
If we do anything threatening, I am not sure what will happen. So I think we should talk to the droid and make sure it knows that we are friends.
Yep, Lucy already knows that. So wake her up.
Lucy knows that. The droid doesn't.
Maybe she would think that you're her friend if you had, not cut into her.
I'm a doctor. Cutting into people is literally how we heal. And also, the droid that protected her, I don't know if you saw the video. I pulled it up for you again where it sliced her into tiny pieces and pulled her back together. I'm not sure she's going to read it the way you think she is. Anyway, let's plug her into the med system.
Okay. Tavi's going to be like, okay, pull the network cable out of the back of the network of the med system before you plug her into it.
Yeah, duh. We don't want her getting into any of the other firewalls. Mr. Clean.
Yeah, I can do that. I got it. He does a quick conversion. He also grabs one of your medical instruments and makes it so that you can stick where the port is and you won't have to cut her open. It will still cut her, but it'll only cut enough for the port to be guided in.
Can you make it so that you connect to it and you give the entity or the droid access to a monitor and
The speaker?
comm system? Yeah, so that it can communicate with us.
It should be able.
I think that would facilitate this.
Yeah, it should be able to access this monitor. He taps a monitor on top of the machine where you're currently seeing the readout of her person. Should be able to access this, and it's got speakers in it. It's also isolated, so worst case scenario, we lost the workbench.
Worst case.
That's expensive.
It's Lucy.
It's less
Worth it.
expensive than him getting into the reactor and deciding to overload it.
That's true. That's true.
Okay. He hands you the instrument. He's like, "You're the doctor."
I plug it in.
Okay. The screen pops up, and it comes up again, and it says Besselis Mark 9. And this time, as you see its login credentials, all the wording is initially in Mandalorian and then translates over to Basic.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask it if it wouldn't mind having a conversation.
It's going to say, "State your intentions first, please."
We are attempting to figure out what your intentions with our friend are.
I am
Our friend.
Lucy, and Lucy always appears in like brackets. When it's because it's not actually talking; it's rolling text across the screen. And it says,
Alright.
"Lucy is my charge. I am Lucy's guardian. Lucy is a Mandalorian super commando. I am bonded to her."
And why did you do what you've done to her?
Protocol dictated that she was ready for Phase 3 operations.
And you're just guarding her. You're not controlling her.
That
She is still her.
is not my designed function.
So if I wake her up, she can be in on this conversation.
That is not within the parameters of my programming to assess. If you threaten this entity, I will have to react accordingly. Beyond that, it is beyond the usefulness of my program.
Oh, I got this. So you don't control her unless she's doing something that would harm her, or someone is doing something to harm her and you need to stop it.
If combat protocols are initiated, I can exhibit limited and temporary control over certain motor functions at the will of the user.
And does she know of you?
Phase 3 operations initiate actual communication and... sorry, this is me messing up, not the computer. It's a telepathic link, but that's not the word they would use. Basically, it's going to say Phase 3 is where I can talk to her. Up to this point, it has not.
Like Tabby.
Very similar situation, except for Tavi doesn't, like, rebuild you in the middle of the night while you're sleeping.
Well, yeah. Tabby's just an operating system. This is
Except
an
for
actual
that one
droid.
time when he woke up in a droid facility.
Well, that was when Tavi was installed. That was actually the bounty hunter guild that he works for, being like, "You need an upgrade, and as part of that upgrade, here's a tactical program."
Mystical thing, do you know who we are? Who I am?
So he scrolls a bunch of data across the screen that it equates to species, blood types, like all the information Lucy could have gathered, conscious or subconscious, along with a threat evaluation score. Waz would be disappointed to see himself as only second on that list.
Alright, so I'm gonna wake Lucy up now.
Are you going to leave her plugged in while you do that?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would keep her. So I would tell the droid I'm gonna wake her up. You can keep her from hurting herself, right? Like that's your job.
Statement is unclear. If the user regains consciousness, then maintenance mode will terminate and this interface will not be operational.
Ah, okay. Then we don't want to wake her up yet, unless you can communicate to her when she wakes up. Yes?
The user exerts control over the warframe. No, warframe? What droid? War droid, that thing. Over the war droid when the user is conscious. In an unconscious state, access via the maintenance terminal can be used.
Okay. And you've got her sedated right now. Is there a reason for that?
Phase 3 protocols mandate 2 days of sedation to allow the body to recuperate after the procedure is completed.
Should we keep her in the back of the tank to heal more?
The subject is healed. It's the trauma of expansion.
Is there anything I can do to make her more comfortable?
This table is probably not the best place for her to rest. I don't think you would say that. I think it would be like, no, she's in optimal state.
How old are you and Lucy?
This unit has been in operation for 3 years.
Who created you?
That information is, and it's going to pause for a second and say redacted.
Lucy's not Mandalorian, but you are.
Lucy, once again in brackets, is Mandalorian.
Her biology indicates that she is Twi'lek.
Mandalorian is not a species.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's a true statement. My apologies. I was being racist. Alright, we're gonna keep her comfy. I would ask when she wakes that you would be kind. And
Not snap and kill everyone here.
Do you have a mission?
Mission is ... redacted.
yeah, I figured it wouldn't tell us. It will tell her. If she trusts us, she will tell us. We can only hope that our Lucy is still there.
How long were you on the Proto Shadow?
This unit does not understand designation Proto Shadow.
It's been here the whole time. It's been with her the whole time. I just never scanned her before.
Was she on the Proto Shadow for 3 years? Because he is.
Oh, whoa. Right. Because she was a stowaway at some point.
So you guys have already established that she came on board during session 1.
Okay. Do you have a origin destination? I'm sorry, origin location?
That information is... Sorry, you do not have adequate clearance level for that information.
How would we find someone who does have that clearance level?
You do not have adequate clearance level for that information.
Okay, that makes sense. Does Lucy?
Negative.
So
Can
she
you-
can't even know who's done this to her?
I am not able to answer that request.
Can you teach Lucy basic?
Protocol 3... Sorry. Phase 3 protocols do allow for some interaction that will allow Entity Lucy, in it, once again brackets, to have access to additional databases, skill sets, and functions that should allow this unit to speak basic.
Do you need databases to do that? Because we have those.
Negative. Databases are installed. All of our databases are closed, known good states.
That's good.
Could I become Lucy?
I am unable to answer that request.
Wes, that could lead it to think that you would attempt to remove it from Lucy, which would probably be construed as threatening.
I'm gonna look at the droid, and then because he can see hear everything.
I was going to say, how you look at the droid, it's in Lucy.
Yeah. No. I'm looking at Pain.
Oh, that droid. Sorry.
Yeah, different droid. And then, because Lucy is face down because she's looking into her back, and then we're going to mouth threat assessment.
So the top person on the threat assessment was Payne.
I'm trying to. And then,
You're asking if it is threatening? It is a guardian. It is not threatening. It is only threatening if it is threatened. It is a guardian.
Understood, Payne.
Mr. Clean's gonna really quietly be like, "Is it bad of me that I think this is really cool?"
No, I think it's really cool too. We're gonna tell it it's really cool. We're gonna tell it we're gonna disconnect it and put Lucy somewhere comfortable, and then we're gonna do that.
I think that's a good idea.
And Payne will be extremely protective to make sure that seems like exactly what we're doing, and no one does anything that makes it seem like we're not doing that.
Oh, she disappeared. Someone grabbed her. Oh, Kizik grabbed her. Yeah. Okay. So Payne helps you disconnect her. You guys put her back in her bunk.
Yes.
All right. She, falls right back into the sleep pattern she was. She got a little bandage over where you guys accessed her access point, but other than that, she's no worse for the wear.
And painkillers, real ones.
Yeah.
The spare stuff I have.
Yeah, no menthol for this one, huh?
No.
Okay. I feel like you guys just unlocked an achievement.
What I missed?
Once we're outside of Lucy's field of vision, I'm going to talk to Payne more and call in the captain and say, "Hey, so it kept saying Lucy in quotes. It also says it's only 3 years old. I don't think Lucy, the child, the now 21-year-old body, is Lucy. I think the mainframe, the thing that's on her spine, is Lucy. And I think it could just pick another host whenever it needs to, another host. That's what I was threat assessing."
You think you can just climb up out of her
You just watched it climb up out of her.
and
then
take
grow
over
her.
somebody else?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's linked to her though. I don't think it's gonna want anybody else.
She has a good host body as of right now. I think if that host body gets hurt enough, it will just find something else.
So we have no idea why.
It is capable of healing her at an accelerated rate.
No one actually talked to Lucy yet.
Lucy's sleeping.
She needs to rest for mandatory 48 hours. She is not to be disturbed.
Okay, so what did I miss there?
A lot?
The droid thing inside her is 3 years old. We got him to
The
say
Guardian.
that. Yep, the Guardian. It is 100% Mandalorian. It is attempting to initiate stage 3 of its mission. And stage 3 is apparently making somebody bigger and then opening some kind of link so that he, being the droid, can communicate with her, being the girl. So she might leave our ship soon, and we might just say, "Okie dokie, please don't kill us."
When did Mandalore get blown up though? Or just where is it in our stage of the timeline?
Mandalore doesn't get blown up. So, at this point in the storyline, you're in the beginning of the New Republic in Legends. This is a point in time that is shortly after Darth Vader basically had enough of Mandalore's crap, invaded Mandalore, and killed off anyone who resisted. Mandalore.
Did that happen 3 years ago?
It happened more than 3 years ago. Yes, more than 3 years ago. Mandalore is a defeated world. Their remnants of its warrior culture rove around in bands, but they're all that's left. They're scattered to the wind.
Okay.
This is probably, a lot of governments have black ops operations projects that get lost. This is probably one of them. Does
It
it mean
said
it's
it was. It said it was super secret spy agent.
yeah? It doesn't mean it's good or bad. We should wait and make our assessment when we can talk to Lucy.
Okay. So, still going to Nar Shaddaa, huh?
We should carry on business as usual and just keep an eye on her.
I mean, you guys are in hyperspace going to Nar Shaddaa, so to not do that, you'd have to do some pretty significant changes.
Yeah. Just making sure we're not going to change course here.
I'm going to go talk to Mr. Clean. I'm sorry, Dr. Clean. I'm going to upgrade him.
Oh, you like him now?
I have a plan.
He's back in his workshop.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask him how much of her so I have records of what we
Saul.
scanned, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to save those somewhere super safe, like an extra copy of them, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to give him a copy as well.
So as you
And
hand
I'm
him,
going to ask him.
okay, go ahead.
I'm going to ask him, can he replicate that?
So Mr. Clean's gonna be like, me and you are thinking more alike than I don't know if I'm comfortable with. I also think that when that thing wakes up, it might have a protocol to protect any information we know about it. And I would love to be able to replicate it, but I just can't build those droids. Like, let's just assume that the Basilisk itself is what's attached to her spine. That is a Basilisk war droid of this era. That would change things so dramatically, but how do you make a droid that small that imparts the abilities that she have? It's unfathomable. So no, I don't think I could just make it here in the workshop. It's beyond my level of understanding.
I would assume nanites for one.
Nanites aren't a thing in the Star Wars universe.
I thought we had something that used some tiny nanites.
I mean, there are some things that use very small droids that you would kind of call nanites, but as a rule, as you think of them in the science fiction universe, nanites aren't a thing.
Okay. I'm envisioning those little spider things that we fought.
The little spider things that well, okay, so those are not nanite size, though. Those are like...
No, but they're like... So there are versions of those that also create and repair things, or to sabotage, or like they actually do tasks.
Yeah, so the things that it spawned off are really small droids, and you see Mr. Clean playing with stuff. He's like, I was actually thinking about trying to make a droid that can make smaller versions of itself, like the way it spawned its little workers. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but at the end, it reabsorbed its workers by disassembling them. That's incredibly advanced.
Laz will bust in here and say, "Hey, can we shoot it with the ion guns?"
It is connected directly to her. It would hurt her as much as it would hurt it, and it is not our enemy yet.
It's also worth noting that might not work.
That's why I'm asking it.
So
it could hurt it as much as it would hurt. If it hurt it, it would hurt her.
Yes. Even if we were willing to hurt it, which I'm not, and Mr. Clean gives, Master Waz the laser eyes for a second, I don't think it would work. I think the way it's grounded to her nervous system is a sort of like grounding to keep that from working. I think it would transfer all of that energy directly into her spinal cord, and it would likely kill her.
So,
slowly back away.
What if instead of trying to build that exact, because we don't have the tech to build that, but we could probably come up with something using some of those ideas.
Yeah, I've already started tinkering with that. I absolutely agree.
Like an endoskeleton instead of an exoskeleton.
You mean like an exoskeleton instead of an endoskeleton? Something we'd wear on the outside.
No, I was thinking. So that is a droid that works like an endoskeleton. I was thinking of an endoskeleton without the OS.
Oh, you still want it? You still want to implant it? You still want it as a cybernetic? I was thinking about making a wearable piece of technology.
That would also work. Yes.
I mean, either way, it's worth exploring. I can't do it all right now, but I'm definitely going to tinker with it.
I wonder if it's actually a droid or if it's an organic that has been that uses inorganic material.
Watching it extract itself and the scan saying it's Durasteel, I feel pretty confident it's a droid. It's just a really advanced droid.
Hmm. We will have to make friends with it so that we can learn more.
As long as we keep it from killing us, I think that I'll call it a win.
It would only kill us because we know about it now?
I think if it was going to do that, it would have already done it.
Right.
I mean, it's had ample opportunity to kill us when we thought it was an 8-year-old child.
Still is an 8-year-old child.
I don't.
Well, now 21-year-old.
I don't think so. If this is phase 3, then in theory there was a phase 2. If this thing is 3 years old, what makes you think Lucy's more than 3 years old?
Oh, I guess that's true.
Yep, it created her from It may be, as was thought. Kind of. It is. Lucy. Lucy is it. But there's an organic side and a droid side, like a perfect merger of the two.
What was she doing on our ship?
Escaping.
She had said that her parents were killed.
Yeah, that must have been a lie.
No, I have parents. She could have had parents too. They're just not the parents as you would consider them.
How did she learn to talk in 1 year?
Most organics learn to talk in 1 year. Only some of the inferior races may take longer.
It took me like 28 months.
No comment.
All right. Do we have a plan?
No, we're gonna sell some spaceships though.
Okay. Well, it takes a week and a half to get there, and you're only 3 days into the hyperspace trip, so she's going to wake up a couple days later. You're still going to be in hyperspace. So, let me see who's going to be the first person. Are you guys watching her in shifts, or are you just not watching her at all?
I stay with her the entire time.
Okay.
I'm going to pretend she's still Lucy.
She is still Lucy. All right. So a couple days later, almost directly on, like, to the second when Payne thinks she should wake up. I'm going to grab Payne's token and move him over here.
Ding!
Yep. He's out here, and she wakes up, and she gets up, and she goes to put on her old clothes and realizes they are not adequate.
New ones for her.
Okay, so you hand her some new clothes, and she's like, thank you, in basic, as she puts her new clothes on, which I'm assuming are pretty similar to her old ones.
Is she speaking basic now?
She speaks basic. She's also doing that thing like when your hand goes to sleep and you like flex your fingers. She's doing that to like every body part and looking at it intently.
I'm running scans on her, making sure everything's working right.
The entity seems 100% dormant. However, all of her skin is healed. Once again, miraculously, she's healed. All the stretch marks, all the cuts, the scars are even gone. And she's just a 21-year-old version of herself.
How are you feeling?
I'm sore. I had the weirdest dreams. I could speak to you. I could speak to you before, but not like this.
Yes.
Is
there more?
No.
Focus on that. How can you speak to me?
So you're running active scans on her. So she says no. When you say, is there more? She's definitely lying.
Yes.
But she seems unwilling to elaborate.
I have already spoken to the Guardian. I know,
she's
and
gonna
it knows that I know. You
she,
do not have to hide.
she's gonna be like the Guardian.
I do not know what its name is. I simply called it the Guardian. The droid in your head.
The droid in my head, and then she's like the.
How else would you have learned basic by going to sleep and waking up?
In my dream. I learned it in my dream.
Ah,
That's what the voice is. It's a droid
yes.
in my head, and you can tell she's having like a revelation. Like she didn't actually know that's what it was until you just now started to say that. And as she's doing that, she's like, "That is interesting." And she closes her eyes for a moment, and you notice that there is a single energy pulse that runs through the droid, almost as though it had been pinged.
Please tell it I am sorry if I spoiled the secret early. I was just excited.
She's like, "I don't understand it yet. I don't understand any of it yet.
I have some questions, maybe that will help get us answers. You said your parents had been killed, and that is how you ended up on this ship.
I do remember my parents being killed.
Could you describe them?
I would describe them. They loved me and they took care of me and they taught me what it meant to be a Mandalorian.
Who killed them?
I don't know. They were dark figures and red eyes, and she seems to be getting a little emotionally caught up, but not nearly as bad as she would have if you'd asked her this question. Because remember, you guys did ask her this question before, and she completely locked up at this stage.
I would ask, do your memories of the parents seem similar to the dream state that you were in where you learned to speak basic?
No. The dream is a dream, and the memories are real. They're memories.
But you remember the dream, so the dream is also a memory.
Yes. But it's not. I knew it was a dream. I could manipulate things. I could do things that I can't do in real life. It's like having a waking dream. How do I even know what that is? Can I have some ice cream?
It melted.
Oh.
I will get some more.
I'm gonna go find some ice cream. She goes to the cafeteria and goes like to dig in her little corner of the canteen, but it's so small. And she gets out a little ice cream and just like sits out here at one of the tables.
I am sitting with her.
Okay. Is anyone else gonna join this powwow?
It's already
Yeah, I'm
in the
there.
room.
Okay. She's over here. So, yeah, she's got the thing. She's like, I wish I had answers for you. I'm still skeptical about this whole droid thing. And she seems a little like she's afraid about the whole droid being in her. Almost skeptical afraid, but it's almost as though like she somehow knows it's true. Like she can sense it. But she doesn't seem to have a conscious control over it or knowledge of it.
How old is her biology? Like how? So
originally,
she
when you scanned her, you thought she was 8 years old.
right.
Now you scan her, and your scans say she's 21.
So, but how old are her actual cells?
That's the part that's what your scanner says, is that her cells are 21 years old and before you, because that's how you measure that, is by measuring the breakdown of the telomeres.
Right.
So that's why you think it's accelerated growth, because she's actually aged those years.
Can we cut her open and count the rings? Just kidding. Kidding.
I mean, that's basically what you measuring your telomeres is. That's a very similar thing.
Okay, so we're sitting here in the canteen eating ice cream. Lucy, What do you want to do?
I don't want to do anything different than I have been doing. I want to keep going with you guys, and this is my home. I didn't.
Okay.
That is good. That is what we want.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you don't have some voice inside your head telling you to maim us and kill us.
I mean, there is this weird "kill all the meatbags" chant that's going around in the back, and she smirks.
That might be my playlist. My apologies. It did get into my system. I tried to connect directly to it. Not idea.
It's a joke, she says, as Payne's like elaborating on the kill of the meatbags, but now she's like, you don't really. That was a joke, right? Like, I was just joking.
Yeah,
Yes.
I made a joke too.
Yes. Scooch.
You are both terrifying. Okay, so I mean, if you feel okay, you look great. I mean, we should have a drink to celebrate. I think.
I don't know.
A couple birthdays.
Yeah, a drink. Oh, I can do that now.
Yeah, you definitely missed a couple growing up overnight.
With your accelerated healing factor, I'm not sure that drinking would have any effect at all on you.
Let's find out.
Okay.
I mean, she's down for it. I'm gonna pour her a shot. She's 21.
She doesn't care. She'll try it. Waz, you're sitting right next to her. You're not gonna say anything.
You have a considerable reach advantage now. Are we going to continue training?
Yeah, we can try. I always just did what came naturally. Now I'm wondering if that was me at all.
I've watched
is
your
me.
instincts change.
I mean, it is you. You are it. I am not sure you are actually a separate being.
No, Lucy, you 100% are you. You are Lucy.
She is able to take as many shots as you pour, more or less back to back. She doesn't seem to be getting drunk either.
Well, we did eat a bunch of ice cream first.
Oh yeah,
That's
because whiskey and ice cream are a great combination.
I'm watching the captain's vitals too. How's he doing?
Maybe the
fine.
captain should ask that. Yeah, answer that. He's not like
I'm okay.
He's not like super freaked out by this whole scenario.
I mean, I was, and then nobody started killing anybody. So, I mean, Payne says that they're wrapped up together, and there's nothing we can do about it. So,
I'm actually not even sure it's that they're wrapped up together. I think they are one symbiotic entity. They may have been created at the same time.
for what purpose? Lucy doesn't know. So,
How would I know that? If she doesn't know.
I'm asking her.
She already said she doesn't know.
And you asked the Guardian, and the Guardian didn't tell you?
I do not have the appropriate clearance for that answer.
Do you think Lucy does?
No, or she would know it.
Lucy, can you talk to this thing? Actively?
And she's like, I can't even tell you for certain that it's there. I'm just taking Payne at his word because he's never lied to me. I can't feel it. She said, now Payne, once again, you're monitoring her vitals. And she's not being 100% honest about this. She's like, I can't feel it. I don't even know it's there.
At least one of us does not lie to the other one. I say.
She was talking to the captain.
Oh, my bad.
Such
I
a
no
wide
longer.
way. Okay.
I no longer have hurt feelings.
All right, Lucy. I mean, like, you would tell me if you needed something. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna trust you.
if I start having tendencies or desires to murder the crew, I'll let you know first.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm just saying, like, if you feel like the call of the wild, or you need to get back to Mandalore for revenge or something, you'd let me know, right? Because we'd help you out. We're family now.
So when you say go back to Mandalore for revenge or something, she's going to, in a very mechanical way, say, not revenge, liberation. And then she's going to stop like she's startled. Like she didn't mean to say that.
Are you okay?
Yeah. No, I don't. That was weird.
Yeah, you just said for what? Liberation?
Yeah, that was...
Mandalorian was conquered. Or Mandalore was conquered. Perhaps this was one of their plans to fix it. You know, not be conquered.
Okay. Well,
I don't know. That was weird. She's going to put her drink down and be like, I'm suddenly very tired.
yeah. Why don't you get some sleep? We'll be in Nar Shaddaa in a couple weeks. We'll just relax for a little bit.
Yeah. So, if you guys don't have any further interactions you want to do here, there, or amongst yourselves, we can fast forward to the getting to Nar Shaddaa.
Yeah.
Okay. I forgot to put these fighters in here. Secretly, I'm so thrilled that you guys actually got to this part. Okay. You guys come out of hyperspace above Nar Shaddaa. Where would you like to go?
Is Captain Teal on Nar Shaddaa, or he just gave me his contact, right?
He gave you his contact, and you do have his information too. But if you ping the local nav registry, it'll tell you that the Dirty Deeds hasn't been in system for quite some time. You'd have a comm code that allows you to track its flight plan, if you really wanted to. But being Nar Shaddaa, they're going to charge you money for that.
No, can I ping the contact that might be interested in the ships and just let him know that we're in the system and we've got something available?
Sure. So, you hit the button, and a human answers, and you have a choice of email or vid call, or voice call.
Yeah, we'll do a video call.
So the holographic image, or the 2D image of the human comes up, and he's like, hey, this is Kevon. What's up? What do you do?
Hey, I'm Cyro Dex. We came into we acquired these ships. They are RX class tactical strike fighters. Very, very old.
Yes,
And,
I'm familiar with the model. You're looking for a buyer for them? What condition are they in?
They're in out of box, but new.
Okay. Do you know what model series? RS, let's look this up. RS, AL, or F3 are the variants?
To be honest, I don't know too much about them. You got a place that we could meet up? Maybe you could take a look at them?
Sure. How do you want to... Where do you want to meet? We can meet at the Merchant Boulevard, or we can meet in one of the... Basically, I have maps for Merchant Boulevard casinos or whatever. He can meet you anywhere for those.
All right. Yeah, we'll do the Merchant Boulevard thing. We'll meet up.
Okay. So, how are you getting the fighters down to the Merchant Boulevard?
That's a good question.
You did establish that they still technically fly.
If they fly, we can just fly them down. Maybe we can find like an Uber to come pick us all up and take them down.
You could definitely charter someone to heavy lift them down to the Merchant Boulevard if you wanted.
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay.
We just meet the guy and bring him back to the ship.
So
Yeah, that's true too.
There's a guy who says he'll take the ships down for 500 credits apiece, and another 500 if you guys want to ride with it.
So 1,500 just to get out of orbit?
it's a heavy lift operation because you're asking to move cargo. If you just wanted to move down yourselves, it'd be nominal. But yeah, I mean, it's Nar Shaddaa. Everything here costs money, but you can buy anything. That's a trade-off. Like, it costs money to place a call or stand in a spot.
Trying to see how much money I've got.
You should have a shit ton more than 1,500 or you're in deep trouble. I mean, just on your credit card right here for the ship, you've got a fuck ton of money.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah, let's do the. We'll just do the heavy lift.
Okay.
Take a tow truck. Go.
So 1,500, and he drops you guys all off here. He drops the off on the pad like they had landed, and you guys disembarked from the heavy lifter. Oh, chemistry workbench fell through the world. That's sad. Okay. So let me get Kevon.
If he shows up with a red shirt on, I'm just gonna shoot him. No, I'm just kidding.
I was about to say, because he does have
Show up in a red shirt.
He does have a red shirt on. That's. I mean, when you look at his model, this is him. He's got a red shirt on.
Oh man.
All right, let me get y'all's tokens. Who's going to ground?
I am.
I am.
I am.
Are you taking 2 NPCs with you? Or is
Yeah.
Yeah. If Lucy wants to come, she can come.
Okay.
We should take Lucy and Mr. Clean and his droid.
Yeah, I was thinking clean.
Okay. Clean and Lucy both want to tag along. All right. There you go. You meet Kevon.
Yeah, Vaughn. What color is his shirt?
It's red. It's right here.
Red.
That poor guy.
Han shot first. Okay, so, hey, I hear through my buddy, Captain Teal, that you're into antiques. Is that true?
I'm just a broker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you
Gotcha.
if you have something old and collectible, you can call me and I can usually move it. It depends on what you're looking for. I am technically an agent for the buyers that would be buying your product, but I can also help you get the best deal if you're willing to be patient. So you got a couple options here. I'm going to go out here and I'm going to call an expert, and we're going to have a look at the fighters and see what kind of condition they're in. And I can either put them in escrow, where I try to get you the best bidder, but you'll have to leave them with me. Or I can try to sell them right now, in which case you probably won't get anywhere near as good of a deal, but you'll have cash in hand today.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, call an expert. Call 2 experts. Anybody that knows anything about starships.
He's like, I have special people for this, and he does, and they already seem to be with him. I just don't have tokens for him, but they walk out with you to the starfighters, and they give him a very thorough once over, and you see a lot of head nodding, like you see a lot of this is legitly in good condition. Like there are parts that normally are bad that are good on these.
Nice.
One of them comes back and right in front of you and Kevon says, "I think these things might fly right now if we wanted to."
Yeah, they probably would fly, but we didn't want to fuck them up, so we treated them very, very nicely.
Okay. So in that kind of condition, I could give you 100K for them right now, easy. If you want to wait, I can probably get you significantly more than that.
Yeah, we can wait. I mean, we're both friends with Captain Teal. Dirty Deeds has done us right, so we'll put them in escrow. You let us know what you can get for them.
Yeah.
And, yeah, that'd be cool.
So he's like, give me your cartel account number, your credit card number, and I'll transfer you the money.
All right.
Just, from this point on, not like you can change your mind once these go up. They're gone.
Yeah. The mechanic guys with him, do they seem like happy that they're with him? Or maybe I could poach them.
So
I need a starship mechanic.
They seem to be specialists for old shit. Like, you know how there's a special kind of mechanic that would work on, say, or like a Model T versus someone who'd work on your, modern day, Dodge Ram.
Right.
These are the older guys, but you can absolutely find a mechanic here. He's going to put these things in escrow, which means I'm just going to drag them back here.
Did you tell him about the big ship, Captain?
Oh yeah, I will let him know. Thanks for reminding me, Wes.
Okay.
There's another ship that we're trying to get moved. I don't want to fly it, but it's probably okay to fly too. It's just as old, and I don't really know too much about it, but I can go get it if you're interested.
I mean,
Or if
yeah.
the buyer of these things are interested.
I mean, I can always move older stuff like that if you want. If you can get it here, I can do it. We don't usually go out to other places. I don't have a lot of infrastructure for doing pickups. I usually rely on agents to bring stuff here.
Roger. Yeah, I got another one though, so I'll let you know if we get it moved.
All right. And Kevon goes off here. Totally doesn't get immediately stabbed and left in an alley somewhere.
We wouldn't do that.
He's got $200,000 of ships.
Well, the mechanics and droids and such would have carted those off. They wouldn't have flown them off either. They'd have brought in another heavy lifter and picked them up because, you're putting mileage on an antique.
Yeah, exactly. Don't want to do that.
So you guys find yourself in the marketplace. You gonna scatter and check things out?
I'm going to try to find somebody to hire.
Okay. You figure the best place to probably do that is in the local cantina.
Okay. Hard time.
Yep. Feel free to look at the shops. This is a shopping area. You guys have already seen most of these inventories, but you may also request special things if you're looking. Each of these side pieces is a shop, obviously.
I thought that was the one that I had. But
Do
I
you-
can't find it.
You don't have a card for it anymore? Well, you can just have this one.
I still don't see the hand scanner either.
Well, I don't see any hidden stuff below your table. So it's possible it just fell off the table and got destroyed.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess we'll go straight to Dex. So you roll into the cantina. It's a small little market side cantina. It's like a little cargo container that's been converted. There's a bothan behind the bar. Your normal rough and tumble types scattered throughout the drinking establishment. In the corner.
All right, I'm looking
Go
for
ahead.
people with a tool belt on.
Okay. In the corner, you see a man in a flight suit and a man in coveralls with a tool belt having a heated discussion. And let me roll to see just how good of a scenario you find yourself in. So, like, they're almost shouting at each other. There's obviously been a pay dispute. And the mechanic reels back with his spanner and clocks the guy in the flight suit in the head. It just knocks him straight out cold.
Oh, shit.
He puts the spanner back on his belt, reaches into the flight suit's pockets, pulls out what is obviously the guy's credit card, and is like, just fuck you, guy, and just, like, starts walking off. He's going to walk right past you.
All right, I'll stand up and try to steer him towards the bar instead of outside.
And it'd be like, so he's not going to stop you. He's going to be like, this better be good because I'm having a real bad day.
I can see that. I'll be really quick. It looks like you might be interested in having some employment. Maybe get the hell out of here while you're at it. I've got a ship called the Proto Shadow.
He looks back when you say get the hell out of here at the guy whose head is bleeding profusely. And he's like, all right, you might have a valid point. You got a ship, so you're a captain. You're in need of a starship mechanic.
That's right.
All
you
right.
come, do you come recommended?
He looks back at the other guy and he's like, I'm probably not going to get a very good review from my last job. I'm going to be honest with you. It doesn't mean I don't know my shit. I do. But he's not real thrilled with me now.
I can see that. I mean, you work on starships, obviously.
Yeah.
If that tool belt's to be believed.
Yeah, I was doing a real good job on his freighter, and he promised us all a full share cut of the of each journey, and we worked on commission. Except for he was only giving me a half share, and so I decided that I wanted my full payout and I was going to leave, and he said he wasn't going to give it to me, so I did that. And if you have a problem with that as the potential employer, then we might not work out. Of course, if you pay me the full share that I'm owed, then, we won't have a problem.
That's true. You ever work on mob quets?
No, I mostly worked on Zyzer transports, but I've heard of Mobex. They usually do swoops and speeders, but they've got a couple of starships. They've got the big 3-tier container one that is pretty common around here. It's a medium transport. Is that what you got?
Yeah, that's what I got. And it's in pretty good shape, but it's seen some shit too. So I'm sure it's under your purview. You might be able to work on it.
Sure. What's a share or a salary look like on your boat?
Good question. But I don't know how to answer.
You're paying everyone else 1,200 credits per job.
Sounds high.
That's actually pretty low.
Technically, we agreed on $1,200 a week. Someone else has tried to word in per job because we don't do a job every week.
I did that because it would have bankrupted the ship within a single job.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll let this guy know. Or what's his name?
Did I give him one? I did not. Here, we'll give him one real quick. We're going to have him around for a while, so let's give him one that's easy to remember. How about Cole?
C-O-L-E.
C-O-H-L.
The reason I brought that up, though, is because if you do it at a set amount per job, that doesn't work. You do a percentage per job or a set amount per week.
Yep. That's why he said share.
Well, that's what we should have been given instead of it being reworded like it was.
Yeah. Normally it is a share. That is actually a correct statement.
Well, you guys should have negotiated better.
No, we negotiated well. The GM altered it.
He's going to murder you in your sleep.
Yeah, we actually negotiated really well, as the GM just said. Too well.
Yeah, too well, because it would have bankrupted the campaign. Yes, that's all of that is 100% true.
Which, what I'm saying is we should fix that. Because at the current state, we don't actually make any money.
I mean, do you have money right now, right?
I mean, not that much, not to buy things.
I have $0.
It's also
And I
worth
spent
noting.
a significant amount of money on medical stuff.
It's also worth
which I
noting that
used.
you now work for the Republic, so you could totally negotiate. Because they were going to pay you per job, but you could negotiate a salary if you wanted to try to negotiate that. But that's risky because then you become like employees of them, and that changes the way they treat you. Right now, you're still more or less freelancers. Although you are about to make a significant amount of money. When I say significant, I rolled a d6. You're going to make 300,000 off those 2 fighters before you leave the planet.
Oh, okay. Well, then I will be paying my crew. Let me go ahead and give you guys each your 1,200 right now, so that you have stuff to buy. You have stuff to buy with. But I think it's more than just 1,200 that I owe you. So I'm trying to calculate up everything.
Why don't we just do it as a percentage? So that we don't have this. Like every time you get money, we get a certain amount. That way, if you don't make money, we don't make money.
That's fair. If that's how you guys want to do it. That also keeps the scenario of them bankrupting you, in between missions from happening. Which is what I was trying to avoid.
Right.
I lean into one of the weapons vendors and I say, "Hey, have you ever heard of a thing called a flamethrower?"
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of flamethrowers. Pretty crude weapons, but bounty hunters like them a lot.
Yeah, I'm looking for a set of armor. I have this cool like attachment thing, and then I want a flamethrower, so I can have a set of armor that I have a hands-free flamethrower that just pops over my shoulder.
So he looks at it and he's like, "Do you have a set of armor with a hard point? I can whip that up real quick, especially since you already have the attachment."
I don't have armor. I have clothes that I'm wearing.
Oh well, you're gonna need a set of armor with a hard point to do that. Maybe two,
Yeah.
I think.
I need I need an armor with 2, but I don't see any armor vendors here. And you look like the guy who knows some things.
I don't think you looked hard enough. Let me check. I would have swore we had this conversation, and I said, "Here's an armor vendor."
You did, but he's not there anymore.
Oh,
I'm giving you guys each 10 grand. That's how much I owe you. That's a percentage, by the way.
You're right. I did, and it is gone. Okay, I don't know how that happened. It's probably some one world shenanigans. Let me get you an armor vendor real quick.
Can we do the negotiation thing?
What negotiation?
The thing that you're doing where you just come up with a number instead, can we negotiate so that we all get like a fair share?
Yeah, so each of you have gotten 3% of commission, I guess is what we're going to call it.
All right.
3%.
Temporarily pick any armor you want out of that list.
How did you come up with 3%?
That's what... Because I'm not getting anything. Yeah. So that's what...
Okay, so why would you not set aside like a percent for the ship and then split the rest of it?
So I am setting aside a percent for the ship. And then the remainder of it is then split amongst us, which most of us aren't actually here. So you're getting your 3%, and the rest of it's just sitting, I guess, for them to come back to.
Oh, I'm gonna go with fuck that.
You don't want to get paid? What?
No. Why are you
what?
paying people that haven't been here for, I mean, the three of us are all at place. Zach has showed up once in the last month, 2 months.
He actually has to pay the NPCs too.
Yeah, I got to pay everybody.
All those people that you've been recruiting, they have to get paid.
Absolutely.
What I think Payne wants to do is have a hazard pay scenario so that PCs that participate can get extra money. Is what I think that's what he wants.
Why would we you got 300 grand. All right. 3% of that is 10 grand. Got it. That seems a little low. And the fact that you're saying you're not taking any means you're just jamming it somewhere for what purpose?
For the next time I need to buy fuel and I don't have any fucking money, which has happened twice now.
So we just go and do what we did this last time and go get fuel.
It might not happen like that. Also, 300,000 I haven't gotten paid yet. I don't have 300,000. I have 136,000, which means that I can pay you guys.
You should not pay us anything until you have that. I'm not asking for you to.
Except that you said you needed cash to buy stuff. We're here at the storefronts, so I was giving you your cut now, so that we can go ahead and get this straightened out, and you can buy stuff now. Because I have enough money to give you each 10 grand.
Okay, but is that for the previous?
Yeah, that's the stuff I owe you.
Okay.
He wants a medical stocking fee. And I, having received a bonus of said medical stocking fee, might agree with that. But you, as a droid, can just say, hey, Captain, I'm going to buy these medical components for the ship. Do you agree? And can we go splitsies on it?
No, that should come out of the ship funding pot. If it's for the ship, it should all come out of the ship funding pot. I think that's why Matt's setting aside so much money for it, is because you guys should be able to say this is for the ship, and then he just buys it.
Yeah, so the next big expensive back-to-tank thing that I'm going to have to buy, that comes out of this check.
But what Payne is saying is PCs who participate should get paid more, which I 100% agree with. As the GM.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't give any money to Clax. I don't know if I'd give any money to Randall.
No.
Like, I'm not trying to be a dick, but like,
well,
they already get XP for nothing.
Yeah.
But even as NPCs, I have to pay their upkeep.
Yeah,
that's part of
the ship expense is the upkeep, and I keep a loose track of how much they were getting paid before, which has affected what kind of gear they have. For the actual like hardcore NPCs like Lucy and Mr. Clean. But that aside, I do think that hazard pay for the... It's also worth noting that, refueling the ship, if you have to pay out of pocket, is 5,000 credits. So it's not a super big expense. Now, if you have to refill the back-to-tank, that's actually more expensive because of the scenario. There will be things that will come up. But I don't think you're in any danger of going bankrupt. That's my personal opinion.
Refueling costs 5,000. He's got 136,000.
Well, yes, but if you wanted to refill that back-to-tank, that's 10 grand. So
that's still a tenth of what we have.
Yeah, like I said, you're not in any danger of going bankrupt. But like, I agree with the methodology. I do think that what he should do would be hazard pay. So when you guys show up and deploy on a mission, if Matt, who is the captain of the ship, gave you guys a little bit bigger of a cut, that would make me happy as the GM, because then the players who showed up got more money. I also that's why I gave so much money in loot, is so that, because only people who are here are going to grab loot. So that money from the loot should be. Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, we're just going to stash it somewhere, and people that want it will find it and get it.
Yeah, I don't think any players are going to go without. And if I start seeing you guys in a super painful place money wise, I'm not going to make you start spreadsheeting this. So I don't want you guys stressing it too much.
So in the end, buy what you need.
In previous campaigns, I've had a plethora of money. In this one, I have not.
I have never had money.
That's because I'll give you 20,000 credits and you'll spend it in the next session. That is not the fault of the money being available.
I hoard it all.
You do.
That's how I have 136.
Yes, I'm aware you're hoarding it and then telling us you're broke. I am totally aware. I'm not judging. I'm just like, hey, maybe we should come up with a solid plan of this is what goes into the ship, this is what goes into the NPCs, and the rest is split evenly between those of us that participate.
I as a character, I don't understand why a droid needs cash. What are you going to buy?
As a character, I would respond to you with, go fuck yourself. If you want me to continue working for you, you'll be paying.
You do get paid. You get your 1,200 credits per job.
1,200 credits per day per week was what we agreed on. The GM has changed that, and I am telling you that that's not acceptable.
So, you want to find another place to work?
I mean, that's up to you.
That's what you're telling me?
No, I want a fair pay.
What do you think is fair?
Well, I described what was fair. I said you come up with what you pay for the ship, you come up with what you pay for the NPCs, the rest is evenly split between us.
I'm going to take another bio break since you guys are negotiating.
So are you the kind of person that thinks the CEO should make the same as everybody else?
You're not making the same as everybody else. You're getting, the first two chunks go to doing whatever it is you wanted to do. Own a ship and, pay for people to run it.
Right. So I'm paying you to do your part. And I'm also paying for the ship to run and the people to do their jobs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just asking what you think could be fair. Split evenly amongst everybody isn't fair. You've already said that. So
Split evenly amongst everybody is fair. That's what I said.
this sounds very socialist. It's almost like a communist thing where everybody
Doesn't
splits
sound
everything
socialist
evenly.
at all. We all put in equal. We all get equal. I mean, last I checked, I've almost died several times. You almost died several times.
That's true.
Pretty sure Waz has died several times.
Which is why we're doing the hazard pay now. I think that's a good idea.
I think that's dumb. I think we just divide it up evenly by who's there when we get it.
Okay. So this 300 grand that we're getting for selling the ships, you want to just split that evenly? Everybody gets 100 grand, and the people that aren't here, we don't get it.
How much do you need for the ship? Like, come up with the percentage that you need to put into the ship fund for things that make the ship better.
Okay, so let's do
20,
this math.
30, 40, 50%, whatever.
Yeah.
Make it a permanent thing so that you never have to do this again. Because obviously you don't like the paperwork either.
Right. So what I was doing was that it was 60% back towards the ship and the ship upkeep, making sure we've got fuel, armor, and that 60% also pays for NPCs. Then that 40% remaining then gets split amongst the people that were here, and that would be 10% per person, with 10% remaining. I mean, we could split it even further, but
to make the math simpler, and based on the fact that you have, I don't think ship fuel cost is as bad as you think it is.
It's not just ship fuel. It's everything.
I understand. Do 40% for the ship and 20% for everybody else.
So hold on. Then you're saying the first chunk, the 60%, that goes to the ship.
No, reverse.
And then
40% to the ship, and then you have 3 of us, 20% to each one. 60 divides evenly by 4 people and by 3 people, so it makes sense to use that number. So if we actually get a 4th player to play, you still have an easy divisible.
Well, you're gonna have a 4th player most of the time.
Sure. That's not been the case.
Randall's was here last week.
And the prior 3, 4, maybe 5 sessions he wasn't.
Randall's been here every other session, or every session. He's been more reliable this time around. It's Clax that hasn't been here.
Absolutely, Clax is gone.
Yeah. But he still gets an NPC style share. Like, I'm completely okay with you paying the NPCs out of the ship proprietary fund, and we will just hand wave the actual no player NPCs. I do want the players who participate to get more when they are here, but I'd rather have it set so that, Randall being an active player gets something, but if he's not here, there should be a bonus pay for the players that are here. So when you said there's an extra share, that extra share should get divided up against the players that are actually here.
That's solid. So how about that? Do 10% for everybody, 50% for the ship, and then whatever's left we split between whoever's there.
I've got this math worked out. It's going to work out if we do 40% just big chunk, 40% to the ship, and then everything else is split evenly amongst everybody. That should keep the ship going, and it should work out for everybody playing.
I like it.
And you'll get money now. Like, you'll have money that you can do your thing with.
Maybe. We'll see.
Well, I would say you should put a clause in there that says if you run into an issue where we fucking go broke,
we'll have to renegotiate the contract.
Renegotiate, or like, hey, you guys got to pitch in. We need fucking gas, and we're broke.
Yeah.
Right. You guys are now partners in the company.
I like.
And now you have taken risk.
Yeah. I like.
We literally risk our lives, and we're getting the same pay you're paying an NPC. Like, I just literally can't see that making any sense.
I get you.
Yeah. I like the fact that we're going to do this once, and then we're not going to renegotiate until you go broke. Because I have no intention of you guys going broke unless you start like really, really fucking up.
Yeah.
Like, let's buy another starship. That might bankrupt you.
Right. Well,
Well, I wanted to
bought
be
it,
able to do that.
didn't sell the other one.
Yeah.
I mean, we could get another starship. We just sell the one we're at and then go get another one.
I like the Proto Shadow though. I don't really want to.
Yeah, I wasn't
Sell
saying you shouldn't sell it. I was saying you could.
Yeah. So this commander armored flight suit. Let me pull this thing out. Is that better?
Go ahead.
Is that sealed? Like the riot armor that I have is not sealed. That's the problem with the riot armor, right?
Let me pull up the generator and see if it has the sealed tag, or what book is it in? It's in... What is SOT? I don't know what SOT is. I'll pull up the generator and look real quick and see if it has...
Stay on target.
Stay on target. Page 40, what?
42. In the generator, it is sealed.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yes, that is sealed. It should be. It's a flight suit. I just want to make sure. It is not the kind of flight suit that has a jetpack and, flies. Because some of these suits actually turn you into a small vehicle, like Iron Man style. This one does not.
This one seems immensely better. It doesn't have defense, but
Why is this one immensely better?
it's got the 2 soak. It's less encumbrance. It still has the hard point.
So when you put armor on, you reduce the encumbrance because you're wearing it.
Okay.
I'll have to look up exactly how much you reduce it by, but I think you reduce it by 2 or half or something like that.
My problem is every time I was wearing the riot suit and getting the soak from it, I was like, oh shit, it's not sealed, so I can't do spacey stuff in it.
I mean, that makes perfect sense for you as a pilot. One of these would be a better suit for you. Whichever one works for you. Hard points are also important. These both have the same hard points, so I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, the Shock Rider suit is much more expensive. But that's up to you. You can look over those for a second. I'm going to finish doing the thing with Waz because we ignored him while you guys were negotiating for monies. So, Waz, you're going to buy this Brethren armor?
Yes.
Okay. So he sells you the armor. Go ahead and deduct that, unless you want to negotiate for lower pay.
How much money do we get, Captain?
So I've given you 10 grand to pay for all the things that I owed you for.
Where is your attachment? Kind of look at that card. I want to see how many hard points it takes and what the rarity is.
It takes 2.
What's the rarity on it?
6.
Okay. So he's going to sell you a flamethrower, which I was also in the process of doing that when we started that other debate. What did I do with that case? Oh, here we go. This is what I'm looking for.
David, can you pull the shock trooper armor out?
So there's a couple options for flamethrowers. He's gonna pull out one of these, and is there still a weapons pack in this one? Nope, no weapons pack in this one.
Yeah, that. Thank you.
This is going to take me just a second to sort through. Oh, that one isn't actually a flamethrower. I thought that was. Okay. Are any of these other ones flamethrowers? That may be the only option he has available today.
There should be one called a fire caller, light flamethrower. That's the only one that's for encumbrance and will actually fit on a hands-free weapon system.
And where are you looking that up from?
That's the generator.
Yeah, okay. What book is it in?
No disintegrations.
Okay, so it is at least in a core book. Well, that's the only flamethrower that's in the card pack that I have, so it certainly does not exist as a card. Yep. What's the rarity on the flamethrower?
7.
You can probably find one, but it's going to be stupidly expensive. Hold on, let me roll something real quick. You can find one. It's 3 times more expensive than market value.
Easy come, easy go.
I don't have a card for it, so we're going to have to... Actually, I might be able to make one really quick. We probably have time. It's 10:41. We have a little bit of time. We haven't gotten to the thing I wanted to do today, but...
Is Mandalorian shock trooper armor sealed?
Mandalorian shock trooper armor. That's not there. Sorry.
Oh, it's not.
That's only a side effect of me pulling the entirety of the armor card out and saying, look through this. Yeah, there's no way you're going to find Mandalorian armor. Sorry.
What about this PX-11?
So
The powered armor?
you're going to be able to find that. That's going to be stupidly expensive. But let's check it. A rarity 9 item. Oh, well, okay. You did find it. 12 minus 9, so 3. So it's 3 times more expensive than market value.
18,000.
Yep.
Oh no, it'd be 24,000.
Okay. I was making a card for the other thing. In order to do that, I gotta open the generator.
So.
Oh, come on, generator. You can do it. Equipment. Flame. Collar. Stat block. Oh god, it is huge if I do it that way. Alright, well, no other choice for the time being. Any other special requests while making cards?
No.
Do you have a cybernetic set?
I do not have a extensive one, but I do have some. What are you looking for specifically?
Options.
Okay, hold on a second. As soon as I'm done making this card, I'll give you what I've got. It's pretty
That's fine.
It's pretty basic.
Can we come back and finish shopping after we get paid?
You've already been
Big
paid.
jump.
The 300K? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 300K's gone through just for simplicity's sake. I'm pretty sure Kizik has already spent his.
I only spent half.
Ah.
What did you buy?
A shoulder-mounted fire launcher.
You know War Machine's shoulder-mounted Gatling gun? He's got one of those, but it's a flamethrower.
Nice.
That is not for stealth missions.
It's for when stealth missions go the way they inevitably go during your shenanigans. There it is.
So, out of the 300,000, everybody's going to get 60K.
Oh, okay. Well, then you have more money than I thought you had.
Yeah, that's 1/3 of 60%, 300 grand.
Okay. So this is a very big card. I'm going to put all of these in a stack so that... Well, I was going to put all of them in a stack. But basically so that you know that they're all connected to each other. Damn it, it did the thing I did not want it to do. There we go. Alright. Now, your armor and your attachment point and the weapon attached to it are all in this. Alright, are we done shopping for armor? You want to get this AKT wing suit, or did you get the other one?
Yeah, I got the other one.
Got the other one? Maul, are you satisfied?
Cybernetics.
Cybernetics.
I'm good.
That's okay. Let's check that out real
I
quick.
picked up the PX-11 armor.
Okay. Let's see. Cybernetics were pictureless cards, I think. Search. They are.
You're buying the PX11.
Here's one set, and I have a couple others I can add to that.
Do you even wear that armor?
I can wear any armor.
So he can wear any armor, but the way that it works is he can't take armor off. So any armor he takes off is destroyed. And the way that armor is installed is it's physically bolted to his frame.
Oof.
Yep. It has a couple of advantages, like he can't be easily stripped of his armor. Like if you guys are like arrested, it's difficult for them to strip him of the armor, and they probably won't bother as long as it doesn't have like a weapon attachment or something.
No weapon attachments.
You already had the ability to see in the dark.
He had a temporary mod. He's gonna want. Actually, I think he got something. Oh no!
Yeah.
I did not mean to do that.
Actually, Matt, I've got some... Oh, no, I can't do that. What did you do?
I hit the wrong button because Tabletop Simulator puts bad buttons close together. I'm sorry for the rewinding. Did anyone disconnect?
I don't know yet.
Not yet.
They put the search and spread button right next to each other. You do not want to spread a large deck of 79 cards. Okay, let's see. Cybernetic. Technically, that's a cybernetic. You're not going to want that. That's a cybernetic. That's a cybernetic. Oh, he gets it. So there's another deck of 4 cards below the one you're looking at that has more.
Anything gives me lightning fast pilot reflexes.
There actually isn't something that does that.
There's a... You're talking about the agility mod?
Yeah, no. There's a thing that lets him jack into the ship.
Oh,
Oh.
Jack and shit.
Like I said, this is a limited selection of what I've got. Cybernetics are generally more permanent character things that would go into your sheet rather than be a card. Most characters are not going to be swapping cybernetics out willy-nilly, but droid characters can do it with a lot more ease. Alright, are we satisfied? Did you see something you wanted, Maul?
Several things. I'm just trying to figure out if it's worth it. And I think I'm going to grab... There's 3. I'm just checking.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
Damn it. Isaac's in this one too. Can you pull Repulsor Fist and Borg Construct? Alright.
I wonder how that works. Let me look that up real quick. 174.
Yep.
The reason I ask is because that's usually like a direct implant to your brain. So I guess on a droid that'd be like extra RAM space. It's an extra computer for your computer.
There's multiple computers.
Yeah. Obviously 2 computers are better than 1 computer, right?
Makes sense to me.
Yep. Let's look it up. 176.
Start up as a raid. You'll be alright.
Captain, we should try to find somebody who's just got a bunch of spare parts and buy some. Oh man, we can't make a profit. That's less exciting.
Oh, wow. This thing does a lot more than what's on the card. But it doesn't say that it can't be used by a droid, so you can use it.
Alright. What's their pricing?
Let me roll these real quick. The highest one was 7, so we'll do that first. They are all market price.
I'm gonna pull out the calculator. That last one got me.
Do you want an in-game calculator?
No, I got it. I got my phone right here.
Yep. You want that immune implant there, Ghost?
No.
Okay.
You see Waz walking around like, oh man, my armor is real cool. And then Payne walks out just holding an eye and a brain.
Oh, he's not going to be holding these. They're going to install them on site.
With a hammer.
I still have to do the installation fee. I didn't do that for your armor, though, did I?
We've never done it for the armor.
Yeah.
But I did pay $27,000 for it, so.
Yeah. And you're a droid. We'll say it's like 1,000 credits. 27,000. It'll be 28 because you're a droid. It's not like he can kill you. He doesn't have to be a doctor. Although I guess putting the secondary processor in probably is a little dangerous. But Tavi would not have allowed anything to fuck up. You might have temporarily lost control of your arm as it snapped the neck of the guy that was installing had he been completely incompetent.
Matt Avionics interface gives you 1 piloting space, 1 piloting planetary.
And you can control the ship with your mind.
It doesn't say that. Hold on.
I
It doesn't say that in the. It probably says in the description.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think it does. I think I checked it a minute ago and it did. I'll double check.
What's the other one?
That's in Stay on Target, right?
It is in. What's that?
What's it called?
Lords of Now Hutta, page 107.
Lords and Now Hut. I was looking in the wrong book.
What's it called?
Avionics interface. You said page 97?
Mhm.
Okay.
Page 107.
107. All right, let's scroll down here a little bit. Allows a user to control a vehicle with a thought moving as if it was part of his own body. The cybernetic requires use of a linked control device which must be installed in the craft in question. So you have to actually have a installation done to the ship. When piloting a vehicle with a linked control device, a character with neuromachine interface may use his coordination skill in place of the planetary piloting or space piloting skill. So that does that does something completely different than what you said it did.
Hold on. I just said it added planetary piloting space skill.
Yeah, it doesn't say that in the book. It says it lets you use coordination in place of planetary piloting or space piloting. It'd be really useful for like WAS, but it's not useful for.
That's odd.
Well, that's the kind of discretion where I say like the generator often says one thing, but then you go read the book and it's like, no, that's not actually what it does. Because remember, the generator is written by a GM he's house ruling a bunch of stuff for his own group. You are looking at neuromachine interface, right?
No, I was looking at avionics interface.
There is nothing called avionics interface on page 107 of Lords and Al Hutter. That's the closest thing there is to it.
Oh. Well, that's because I thought I was selecting the right thing, but I wasn't.
Ah.
Sons of Fortune, page 101.
Ah, okay. Let's go look at that.
Sorry.
It's all good.
I did not look at the neuromachine interface. But that one looks good too. And it's cheaper.
Yeah, it would look good for WAS. It could be really useful because he's a good coordination skill. We are at 10:58, so I may have to force an encounter that is not the one that I thought I was going to do. Unless you guys just want to have a chill shopping episode, in which case I'm cool with that too.
I have a shoulder-mounted flame launcher. If somebody tries to steal something from me, they are going to get burned.
What page on Sons of Fortune? I'm sorry. I thought you said it was...
10... Well, nope. I've not selected that. Not do that again. 101.
That's a couple pages ahead. Cybernetics avionic interface. Implanted in the palm and fingers of the user, or incorporated into prosthetic hands and linked to the user's brain stem. Ouch. So it's pretty significant surgery right up front. The cybernetics avionics interface allows a pilot to connect with his airspeeder or starship's avionics flight and control system at a digital level. While the interface doesn't eliminate the need to manually control a vessel, so you do have to control it, it does significantly improve the pilot's reaction time to help provide instantaneous feedback from the ship's computer. A character with a cybernetic avionics interface and at least one rank in planetary piloting or space piloting gains +1 to the appropriate piloting skill when flying a starship or airspeeder. The avionics and the speeders, swoops, and other repulsor lifts are generally too primitive to interface with, so that's an important caveat. Only works on your starships or airspeeders. But a player may also do so at the GM's discretion if the vehicle is equipped, so if it's super advanced, then it might do it. Yeah, okay. So probably not going to work on a swoop bike or a car, but it will work on a airspeeder or a starship. You also have to have a point in the rank for it to work.
Which I do.
Yeah.
I have 2 points in both. I can get my fingers replaced, I guess.
No, you apparently missed the part where it said, and linked to the user's brainstem.
Yeah, can I borrow that sword real quick? Let me chop my fingers off.
Oh, God.
Safe now. Safe now.
It's not chopping your fingers.
Yeah, it's just
No,
it's just installing wires in your fingers.
Yeah, you implant it on your fingers and on your brainstem. I heard
Now,
that.
as an organic, you have to understand that's going to come with a significant amount of risk.
Let's do it.
All right, who is doing the installation? So it's 8,000 to buy it, and it's available at 2,000 less here on Nar Shaddaa because the roll came up pretty good. So it's going to be 6,000 to buy the actual hardware. Now, because you're an organic, you need to find someone to install it.
I know a doctor and a cybernetics expert that you hire to work with you.
Are you talking about yourself?
And Doctor Clean.
Am I patient 0 for your shenanigans? Your cybernetic store?
Of course not.
How many
It
ranks?
sure sounds like it is.
How many ranks of medicine do you have?
2.
2? Okay. Actually, he's
Hold on, let me double check. Yeah, I have 2.
okay. Intellect 3, 2. So yeah, I mean,
How many reds is it?
it's 2 reds and a purple. It's basically a 50-50 shot, but you also have to take into account you're going to have the, like, you're not going to do it here. You're going to do it on the Proto Shadow. So
I have my bench.
you
Plus,
can-
I have the 2 boosts from my.
Yep. Plus, you have, I'm assuming you're going to have Mr. Clean help you, so you're going to be at least 4 boost dice.
Yep, and I have 4 int now.
Yeah. I feel like it's a better than 50-50 shot.
Yeah, hook me up.
Better than 50-50. Oh, Chris, here, you can have this back. I found the backpack.
Oh, okay.
It was in my. Whatever.
Yeah,
I know.
Tabletop Simulator was hiding it from you.
Sure. I still don't see the scanner.
Okay.
Maybe I put it in the workbench, though. Or
Did you find another one in any of these stores?
Oh, I did see something that I can grab, but I'm not broke yet. And this will be useful for the medical stuff. I already got the cargo scanner.
That is good. This would have been really useful when you were trying to check out Lucy.
I read that, yeah.
So the captain's willing to go under the knife. 2 reds and a purple. It's also going to take 6 days to recover, assuming this is a success. Those days will be reduced by lots of advantages. Do we want to refill this back to tank? It's
Yes.
How low is it? Is it
It-
fully low or?
it's down to 80%. It loses viability at 70%. It's also the Bacta's been used many times, and it can only be flushed, but so many times. Like it's got a filter in it for dead Bacta and stuff that's pretty gunked up.
Right. Yeah, I'll fill it.
Well, it should come out of the ship funds, but it's 10K.
Oh boy. All right, we'll do it.
Okay, full Bacta tank.
Just in case my surgery goes bad, I need a place to hang out.
Fair, that's a good point. You wouldn't want something like that to go south.
I mean, you have to be dunked in Bacta after the surgery anyway.
Hey,
Oh.
do you still have those implant explodey things? No, just kidding. Oh yeah, there it is, right there.
Where's it going? I don't know.
Where's the trash can?
Oh yeah, Captain, I can't fit another cybernetic in there. You already have the full amount. I
Right.
bought 6 of these motherfuckers.
You still want to fire me, Captain? You still want to fire me, Captain?
The first one's in your pinky finger, because that's the one where I tell you I did it, but I don't want to kill you yet. The second
Right.
one's in your junk, because that's the one where you know you're fucked. Literally, because your junk gets blown off.
You gonna roll this check to see if you can implant this thing?
Yeah, sorry.
He's enjoying letting you sit in suspense.
Yeah.
No, I just totally forgot that's what I was doing, to be honest. Your difficulty was what?
It's 2 reds and a purple.
This thing is not working.
Yeah, I had to rewind, so those are
Oh, 2 reds,
junk.
purple. Alright, and then I am this one. Then I get a boost for my kit, and then I get 1 or 2 boosts for the workbench.
You get 2 for the medical bay, and then you can get another one for clean helping you.
4 boost total.
Alright.
Don't kill me.
We have a lot of light side points, so I'm just gonna use 1. Just because it would really suck if I
Don't
fucked
kill
his
me.
brain up.
Yeah.
Okay, it only takes 4 days to recover. But you now have them installed. Make sure you install them in the generator. I suggest doing it now, because I don't have cards for all these.
All right. I got it in.
And now I have a backup weapon, droids. I don't know how great it'll be, but
What's your backup weapon?
repulsor fist.
Oh. That doesn't just work on droids, that works on everything, right?
Yes. It may actually just be straight up better than the build that I've been using.
The Repulsor Fist is pretty good if you're already a melee character.
I'm not really a melee character. Like I have this thing where I only had 2 yellows and a green, and I was using the ability to just barely hit them to do, strain damage to the point where it would work.
Mhm.
I guess now I'm no longer in that boat.
Yeah.
I could just punch them unconscious with repulsor damage. But the repulsor damage is slow fire 2, which means after you use it, it takes 2 turns
Yeah.
to recharge.
Yeah, that's how it works. If you're including the turn, you use it.
You include the turn you use it.
So if it's slow fire 2, then it's 2 turns after the turn you use it.
So you use it, you wait 2 turns,
And then
on
you
the
can-
third turn,
on the
or
third-
fourth turn.
Third turn you could use it again.
Okay.
I think is the way it works. So you basically, it's how many turns you can't use it is the number.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And I have defensive stance now, whatever the fuck that's like dodge, but different.
So defensive stance means that you have to call it, I think it's an
Yeah, you have to use a maneuver
It's
to
a
do it.
maneuver.
Yeah.
So you have to call it, but then it adds it either upgrades or adds a black. I'll have to look it up, but I think it's a black.
Upgrade.
It's
It's an
upgrade.
upgrade. It's just like dodge, except where dodge can be an incidental. This requires a maneuver, and you have to call it out. Like I'm going into this stance.
You also have to suffer strain.
Well, you have to suffer strain with dodge too.
Yeah, so it is just like dodge.
Yeah, well, dodge is really you dodge that attack.
Well, I bet dodge is also melee, and I bet defensive stance is only.
I think it's. Hold on.
Defensive stance doesn't seem like it would work against a blaster.
Incoming melee attacks.
Yeah,
And then dodge is...
dodge is all attacks. I'm pretty sure.
When targeted by combat check, may perform dodge, so no restraint greater than the ranks of dodge.
Yeah, dodge is better.
Well, yes and no. So defensive stance is all melee attacks. Dodge is that specific attack.
Oh yeah, well that's a good trade-off. I just imagine that, your arms turned into windmills and you're like doing the General Grievous thing. You're like, you can't touch this. Ba-na-na-na.
Yeah. So now I'm a little bigger than I was. I figured that was a neater trade-off than just getting cybernetic arms. Which technically I could just have said, Dr. Clean, make my arms bigger.
Yep. Well, I also have a pretty good set of house rules for 4-armed droids because of Ghost. So
I don't really want 4 arms. It just seems weird.
I did. That shit was awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I had a droid that had 4 arms. He hated it. And for whatever reason, I've decided he was right.
I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze, but it is kind of cool. All right.
If you had 4 arms, you could always take defensive stance.
I mean,
Free maneuver.
you still have to take strain.
So we're headed back.
That was going to be my next question, because it's 11:12, and I'm probably going to force an encounter.
Okay, yeah, I'm good.
As long as it's not space encounter.
I've updated my sheet appropriately.
Well, you guys need to start working on how to turn space encounters into not space encounters, because that's where your strength is. There's ways to do it.
We have that thing now.
You do. You also have a giant ass tractor beam and a couple other things.
A droid that can survive in space and is currently smarter and stronger. We built him. and now a captain who can operate the ship like a giant transformer.
Kinda.
No, what we have to do now is
The
add arms and legs to the spaceship, so you can just be a giant Zord.
The captain is still... Anytime you're in space combat, the captain is still better suited to be in a fighter or smaller ship. Because his piloting check is amazing, but the ship is so big and slow that it just doesn't matter.
Right.
So, alright, so you guys are just getting in the ship and coming back after your shopping trip?
Yeah.
Did you want to, hypothetically, buy any supplies that you could sprinkle on the Resistance back home? Or back where you're at?
That's a good idea. Like what?
So, it depends. You want to buy the cheapest shit possible, or you want to buy guns, armor? What do you want to buy?
Man, yeah. And we just bought them a bunch of D11s and Stormtrooper gear.
E11s, which you sprinkled to a group that you then took off the planet. So, metagame, they have stashed those on the planet, but their plan was to go out and use that to recruit more members, and then like the next day you showed up and said, hey, jump in the ship, you're getting pilot training. So that hasn't actually happened yet.
Alright, yeah, we need more weapons for the Resistance then. Let's do weapons and armor.
Okay.
They also just need parts. We go to a junk dealer and take a third of his inventory.
Here's one of the nifty new data pads, and we're just going to do this like super narratively, where you're going to just tell me what you want to buy. I'm going to tell you how much it costs. You put it on that data pad, and that's your quote unquote box of goodies that you're giving to them. Here's like a crate
Okay.
you could go in, so you can have a visual indicator. All right, so you want what rifles? Do you want good rifles, medium rifles, bad rifles, excellent rifles, slug throwers?
We'll do medium rifles.
Okay. What kind of armor, if any?
Laminate.
Okay.
That's mid tier armor, right?
Yep. Okay. Okay, so you're going to get the rifles at a discount if you're going with the medium grade. So you're going to get DH-17 blaster carbines, and you're going to be able to buy those. If you're buying in bulk and used, you can buy them for 500 credits a pop, which is
What is bulk?
significantly below market value, 4 or more.
Oh, okay.
So I can buy 20 of them.
I mean, you could if you wanted, yeah. 20,
Yeah,
20
we'll
times
do.
500 is a lot.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So laminate armor, you're going to be able to get it half off. It's normally 2,000. You can get it for 1,000 a piece.
I'll buy 10 of them.
Okay.
All right. So where are you pulling that money from?
That's going to be ship money because that's the big chunk of money.
Okay. Well, that's what I was asking. Because if it's coming out of yours, then I would work some of mine out. If it's coming out of the ship fund, then I'm fine with it. If we run out, we all just renegotiate or pitch in until we're fixed.
It's also possible that they could end up selling you something or trading you something for this, but I wouldn't expect to make a profit. Or you might be able to recoup some of the money, but you're not going to make money on this. Any other items you want to get, like comm links and stuff like that? Say miscellaneous comm gear, electronics, binoculars, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's all good stuff.
Yep.
We should do that.
100 credits a set for however many sets you want. You just call it.
We'll do 10
Yeah.
10 sets.
Miscellaneous comm and field gear. Okay, so these are big orders. You get all this loaded up into the vehicle, and it is going to fill up a good chunk of your cargo bay. Right now, you've got the drop class suspended from cables in the main bay, and below it, you've got your truck. So your main bay is actually kind of full of vehicles, so you're going to have to stash this in the rear cargo bay. And that's where you normally would put a fighter craft.
Okay.
Okay, ship's all ready to go. Any last requests before the end?
Oh, I have a question.
I have an answer.
So the cybernetic brain thing says you can.
Remotely access things?
Yes.
Mhm.
How the fuck does that work? Do I need a computer kit?
Yeah. So, in order for you to remotely access things, they have to be configured for you to remotely access them. So, realize that this is cutting edge technology in the Star
Yep.
Wars universe. Wi-Fi is not a general thing, so you have to upgrade the computer system you want to access specifically to access it remotely.
Can I?
Since you put in my implant,
Oh no, I don't want to do that. Can I attach it to my medical? Like, how can I make that work?
I mean,
Like,
really,
I know I have a computer in the med thing.
it's not going to give you much more of an advantage because the scanner is a physical thing in the scanner that scans. So it's not going to like make you be able to look at things and scan them, if that's what you're looking for.
You can't just plug a comlink into a random computer.
No, you cannot plug a comlink into a random computer in most cases. If it's like a stupidly simple system, that you could probably get away with that, but you can, like, if a machine has already got a wireless interface, you can try to get into it. But most of the time, you have to modify the system to do it. It's not going to be a hacking tool, but it will be a tool that you could like have the speeder have a remote DVI remote, and you could activate it with your mind. That would
Right.
allow it to simply fly to you.
How much is a hack set? A hacking set, or what's it called?
Slicer gear? I think slicing gear
yeah.
is 2,000. Let me look. Well, someone's got some. Let's find it.
It's 500 for the regular one. They have a custom set for 2,000.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 500 for a regular set.
What's the custom set?
It probably just gives extra boosts.
Gives you a boost.
Can I get a custom set?
Sure, you can find that here. I don't see a card for it. Do you have one?
I do not. 'Cause I'm not a slicer.
I thought you are a slicer.
I have the ability to kit bash a couple of intro to War stuff, but like I bought slicing gear. I have it.
Can we
Yes,
just we'll just do a regular set, and I'll give you cards for it because I don't think I'll give you spikes with it, so you can get boosts. A, that's cheaper. B, I don't think I have a card for the custom one. I think the custom one was something I did as a one-off.
That makes sense.
Here you go. Slicer kit and 2 spikes.
All right.
I will say, if you want to stay within engaged range of it, you could probably plug your slicer kit in and then physically turn around and be shooting or fighting. But remember, it's an action to make a slicing check. And you can only have one action per combat round.
Yep, I got a question. Is there a way to add a wireless connection to the slicer gear with like a short range?
Well, I'm going to say that's what I'm talking about. If you stay within engaged range of it, then you can wirelessly connect to it and still have your hands free and stuff like that. But slicing is an action, so you're not going to be able to fight and slice in the same turn doing it that way.
No, but I could use maneuver to take defensive stance while I do it.
Yes, that is 100% accurate. All right, is everybody off of the map?
I don't know where my body is, so I don't know the answer to that.
You're having existential crisis. You are new. Your new mechanic is all settled in.
Cole.
Yep. He believes that Klax is the weirdest sentient he's ever encountered before. Dude just like balls himself up in a cocoon all day and just lays in bed.
I just immediately had sex with him?
No.
Okay.
He's disgusted by that thought. He's be like, who would do that?
I look at him and I'm like, I totally agree with this guy.
Alright.
Has he done a once over on the ship yet?
He will if you ask him to. You guys haven't left port yet.
Yeah, I want a full schematics and specifications check. So I want him to go over the ship and make sure everything's honky dory.
Okay. He's got a 2 yellow and 1 green check for his mechanics check. And the difficulty to do that check is 2 purples.
Let's go ahead and give me that inspection.
Fit as a fiddle, boss. You'll be fine. There's nothing wrong with the ship. There's this one panel that's missing from the back section. I don't know what that thing did. It doesn't look like it's necessary.
Hey, have you gotten the maintenance manuals and stuff yet? I don't think I've given you the data pad with all that stuff on it.
I forwarded it to him, Captain. He is our ship's
You did?
mechanic. Yes.
That's actually an item, I think, in the generator. Let me check. Ship manuals? I think that's the
I
thing.
know there's a weapons maintenance kit. I sent it to him in PDF and Word format.
Yep, there is a owner's manual item for 100 credits. Would you like to buy that?
Yes.
It downgrades the difficulty of checks to repair or maintain the vehicle.
Yes.
Okay.
Need that.
You spend 100 credits and he gets that.
The good old Haynes manual, Chilton's manual. Maybe he can find out what that panel's for then.
Is that where the bomb was
It
that
is,
one time?
it is. That is what it is. No, it's downgrade.
Downgrade's always better than upgrade.
So you can make it 1 purple check.
Yes.
Cole, don't screw around. I need you to really do the inspection.
Okay, I typed it into the description of his mechanic card. Hopefully we read that as we forget that he has this thing. All right. He's like, yeah. So, there's like an auxiliary power conduit where something was patched in here. You might have eventually shorted this thing out. It also was probably causing you to have brownouts. You got this massive tractor beam, but you're only coming through the secondary conduits for it. We should definitely look at that. I mean, I can't completely eliminate your brownouts, but it could probably help.
Nice work. Good job.
Okay. Next up, you guys are going to be flying back. Your astrogation check is getting all made. Your little beep boop is beep booping. And as you guys are lining up to leave the system, you see several fire spray attack ships moving in around the coordinates of the Proto Shadow. I'm going to switch the map.
By several, you mean like 12?
No. I don't even really mean several, if I'm being honest.
Just 1?
2.
2's good.
Did that not give me... Oh, it did... No, yeah, it did give me a star field. Okay, that's what I wanted. I wanted a star field. Good deal. Okay, so where's... I need a little Proto Shadow. I thought I had one, though. Yeah, I do. Here we go. Little Proto Shadow. Copy. Pasta. These two fire sprays come in, and they tell you to hold your position. You are being inspected by local authorities, and
Who the fuck is this?
there's a bigger ship coming in. Now they got hut markings on them, but the hut cartel is the local government, and it's the elite of the huts that have banded together to say we're going to be the government. And these have a specific hut clan logo on them. Your computer's still scrolling, trying to figure out which clan/hut commander it is. There's a bigger ship off in the distance that's approaching along the same course as them.
Uh-oh.
The bigger ship is still about the same size as the Proto Shadow.
Yeah, let's
Ask them if they know Gemba.
I would go Blue Lamont. We have credentials for some of the, or not credentials. We have stand-in with some of the huts, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we gave them some medical supplies.
So you have good standings with... Let me find my little hut cartel cheat sheet, which is around here somewhere. There it is. You have good standing with Bezadai and... Gorsina? You have basically the Secret Service one and the rival to Desjik.
Is their symbol the Bessadai?
So the computer's still trying to figure out their symbol.
Oh, okay.
So their symbol is a minor clan that is probably either under or aligned with one of the big clans. So the computer's like doing a database search, but it's one of those things where like the computer will automatically try to do it, but right now it's also trying to calculate a jump into hyperspace and get all the systems ready, and like priority level for the processor is set very low for that.
It's Neuralink to me now, so it's kind of dumbed down. So I'm gonna go back over comms and I'm gonna say, nope, you don't want to search us. We're on a top secret mission.
We're not the droids you're looking for. Okay, are you going to send any of your credential stuff along that?
The good standing credentials, yes. Let's blow.
Okay.
Oh God.
For which clans? Because they're going to be different for each one.
You said the Secret Service guy, right?
So you have Gornsa and you have Bezadar.
Yeah.
Okay, so you send Gornsa. Okay.
Gornza. I said we are on a mission for Gornza.
Okay, and you're going to take your turn, and you moved a lot. You can basically move one tile. The ship has ship has a speed of 1. You're much slower than them. You're not going to outrun them. All right, let me.
I'm gonna warn the crew they should get to guns too.
I have already entered the rear turret.
You've already entered the rear. That's terrible. Okay, so go ahead and roll me a. Well, whatever check you want to make. I mean, you're not really doing a deception because you do have these credentials, and you are on a top secret mission. It's just not for the Hutts. So you could do deception if you wanted. You could do whatever you think will work for you.
I want to negotiate them to go somewhere else.
So if you're going to negotiate, so that implies you're going to give them something or convince them it's too much trouble. Okay. It's going to be 2 reds.
Guess I could charm them too. Doesn't matter. 2 reds. Oh boy.
Are you within the sight of the ship?
I'm on my boat, so
he's in his boat. So yes, he gets his bonus.
I get my boost. Still not very helpful in this scenario.
Not positive that's true. All right, so you cause these guys to curve off. And there's definitely some internal chatter going on there. So they make a pass. They don't rescind their command, but they also don't attack the ship. Okay? The astromech droid spits back and is, I'm metagaming this a little bit because I'm going to use turns as the time frame. But I'm going to say we're 3 turns away from being able to jump. What do you want to do?
Okay. We'll just keep moving forward.
Okay. So a turn goes by. Turn goes by, nothing happens, and then on the next turn the ship gets close enough that you can get sensors on it and kind of see vaguely what it is.
Okay. Do we know what the symbol is now?
You didn't dedicate any extra firepower or processing power to it, so no, it's still searching for a match in the database. It's only progressed like 10% on its progress.
Can I do it if I focus on that?
That's kind of what I was asking when I was like, "Hey, what do you want to do?" Because
I didn't go to a gun or anything.
If you want to run a computers check on it, it's just honestly, it's probably just a 1 purple to search the database. The symbol is for the Hutt clan for Gimba the Hutt.
Hey, Captain. That is the clan that Gimba is from.
Oh.
I feel like turning around, doing what they say. I don't understand this feeling, but I want to see them.
I don't know if that's a great idea.
It seems like it's a pretty good idea, Captain.
Don't we have problems with him?
Yeah, we want to kill him because he's a fucking dick who sold us out to the Imperials.
Yeah. So, do you think he's in that Corvette over there?
I can only dream, Captain.
Can I roll a warfare check? How would we fare against a Corvette? We'd die, right?
You can roll your warfare check to get specific options. But yes, if you wanted to slug it out... Actually, no, that's not necessarily a given. Hutt Corvettes are hodgepodge ships. They are not like line military vessels. it's possible you could defeat it. And when I say possible, I mean if it were like any other party. You guys have not fared well with your history with space combat. I don't know
Right.
that I would try to do it. But with that said, you can command 2 NPCs as the captain. So you can't forget that you have assets like Clax that you can put and use his skills for the thing if that becomes necessary. Did you roll the warfare check?
I did. It was 4 successes, 1 threat.
Awesome. You are pretty confident, though, that there's no way that little Corvette could fight against your tractor beam, and if you could get on board, Hutt Corvettes are much smaller. It's not like a Carillion Corvette. A Hutt Corvette has maybe 30 people on board and only 1 main cannon. The 1 main cannon is forward-facing. If it would turn the ship away from you and then boarded it, the main problems would then become from the fire sprays.
Yeah.
I would like to start doing my warm-up. I'm just rubbing my hands together. It sounds terrible. There are
All right,
sparks.
let's do this. Everybody, we're going to do this. We're going to take out the fire sprays first, and then we're going to try to get that Corvette stationary so we can board
Why
it.
don't you put Clax on the tractor beam?
Not on the
fire
guns?
sprays first off, can the fire sprays actually hurt us?
I'm getting a card ready for fire sprays because you should be able to have that info. Can they hurt you? Of course they can possibly hurt you. Infantry can possibly hurt you. It's just not very likely. So you're going to scan. That's going to be your scan on the fire sprays. The Hutt Corvettes vary so much that it's going to come back and be like configurations are non-standard. So it's not going to actually give you details on the Corvette, but you don't plan on shooting it out of the sky anyway. So there's a card for the fire sprays.
So no rockets, no missiles,
no
no torpedoes.
These versions, now some of them do, but these versions don't.
Okay, so yes, I would put Clax on the tractor beam because we need that to definitely happen, right? I would put one of your other NPCs that can shoot on just taking out those ships because they can't really hurt us if you can deal with the Corvette, which is the real threat. Once we get it turned around, we go over there and clean the house. Maybe get a new Corvette. Boom, bam, thank you, ma'am.
Let's do it. What's the plan?
Are we going to just let those 2 things board us?
No.
The
No,
fire
we're-
sprays?
We're going to
This
put
is just-
somebody in charge of shooting them.
Oh, I want a fire spray to be real close, open his doors, and we just kick it.
Kick it. What?
So I'm going to start swinging the Proto Shadow around.
Okay.
And then we're going to say, okay, we're ready for you guys to board us.
Okay.
And as the fire sprays come in, we're going to try to tag one and throw it into the other.
Oh, that's what you meant. That makes sense. Solid plan, Waz.
Okay. Sorry, I had to pull up the closest thing I have to this thing. Technically, it's got 2 side guns, but we're going to hand wave that because I didn't say it earlier. Okay, so these guys actually aren't going to try to board you, but they are if you're going to comply. So you're going to turn like this. So like you're heating to. So they are going to they're going to fly cap close enough to you to still accomplish what you wanted to do, but they're not going to actually try to board you. They're just flying cover for the Corvette.
Okay.
So to do I want to push one of them into the other command is going to be a difficulty to hit issue. Let's see. They are size. At least they're big. They're silhouette 4, so it's not that bad. What silhouette are you? Proto Shadow. Where's your card? There we go.
Down here.
Your silhouette 5.
Yeah, I was trying to
4.
avoid this because you're going to fail that roll.
I don't think he's going to fail that roll.
We're
It's
not going to have a
Clax
tractor
roll.
beam to take out the Hutt Corvette.
Why wouldn't you?
We've done this before.
Speed 4. So 2 upgraded 4 times is... it is a kind of difficult roll. It's 2 reds and 2 purples.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 50-50. Make sure you take your
Yeah.
whole turn to aim.
That gives you a boost.
Yep.
And then can we flip a destiny token?
Yes, 100%.
And that downgrades a red to...
Yep.
Oop. Red to a purple.
Can you call out fire discipline first, Captain?
Sure. We're staying on target, right?
So you need a 3 purple leadership check. And that gives every crew member firing a weapon a boost dice. Each additional success grants an additional crew member... Okay, so it's not everyone off the bat. In addition, crew member can spend 3 advantages to allow every hit from a shipboard weapon to inflict 1 system strain on their target, as well as regular damage. That's pretty good.
Alright, so here's that leadership.
Alright, well,
Nice.
you can give it to 1, so I'm assuming you're giving it to Clax. Go ahead and give your extra
Yeah.
boost. And that should be good.
Come on, Clax. God damn it.
Nope. How'd you like to spend your 1 advantage?
So it's like... Is the beam of this thing visible?
No.
Can we make it so that if it misses completely, they wouldn't even know that we tried?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll try.
So they're still flying Cap, and they are unawares. Waz has not gone, and Payne has not gone. And you have 2 NPCs, so you've only used 1.
I'm in the back turret. Let me take a shot.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your gunnery check. It's the same difficulty. 2 reds, 2 purples.
I don't like that. Captain, am I shooting?
Yeah, let's do it.
You'll like shooting the bigger ship better.
Yeah, let's hope so.
6 failures.
Oh my god.
That's
Not a despair.
I was about to
Which
say,
is-
no despairs, and a bunch of threat would have been worse.
Yeah,
True.
no, that was an impressive fail.
So the weapon
But,
the weapon goes off. It's a huge turbo laser cannon. It kind of alerts them to your intentions.
But it was so far away that we're still like, no, false shot. Just kidding. That was a shot across the bow. We're still compiling.
Well, Payne still needs to go before the baddies get to go.
Oops.
Can I? What would I have to do to help that seem like a oops?
I'm not.
'Cause I'm not going to attack. I have no
I'm not
interest
sure.
in trying to shoot them.
I think there is a couple of things you could do here that would be better.
Oh, can I jam communications?
You can absolutely jam communications. It's also worth noting that as soon as that fires, you're going to get a missile lock warning, and if you're at the bridge, which I'm assuming you are, but the missile lock warning would tell you that you might want to do a spoofing missile check.
All right, we'll do that.
Okay. Excellent. All right, that upgrades the difficulty for each one, right?
Checking. Hold on.
On successful check, any attacks made against a crew member, ship, or vehicle with guided quality upgrades their difficulty by 1, plus 1 for every 2 advantages. You got 1 advantage. I'm going to give it to you anyway. Okay. So that's everybody, right?
Yep.
Okay. The conscripted... what are they called? The dog people. I can't remember what they're called.
I don't either. I don't remember. I should, but I don't.
Clatuanians.
Yes,
Yep.
Clatuanians, that's them. They, that are running this ship are not very intelligent or well trained. And Upgrade difficulty by 1 plus that, so that's... And shields. Proto Shadow's forward shields is how many?
I think it's 2.
Okay, well, they miss you as they fire off a concussion missile due to jamming. Because of the jamming, the missile veers off, corkscrews into the first fire spray, and evaporates it. The second fire spray reels off, as it is now acutely aware of the fact that friendly fire isn't friendly. And that brings us to top of the round.
Right, so now can we focus on using the tractor beam on the big ship like we planned?
Yes. We need to get to it and then turn it around.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys can move one tile, and that's a maneuver
Okay.
for whoever's piloting the ship. It's
That'd be me.
also worth noting that you can delegate someone else to pilot the ship if you want to try something else.
I'm gonna go start up the. What ship are we using to get over there? The little jump ship?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll go start up the jump ship.
That thing needs some weapons.
All right, I moved my tile.
The Drak class actually has a laser cannon turret on it.
What does?
The boarding ship.
Oh, is it functional?
It is functional.
Oh, well, I'll start that up.
That's going to be tough on us organics to ride over.
Yeah, it's if you want to use it for its intended purposes of shooting it like a missile into the ship and then boarding, it will be... Organics probably won't survive a full-blown attack like that without modifying it. I was pointing out it had a laser cannon because this is where Dex is sitting on his bridge, being as ineffective as he could possibly be when there's a ship down here that could have destroyed both of those fire sprays already. Is kind of my point.
The Drak could have?
Absolutely. It's got 4 turret-mounted twin light laser cannons on it.
Okay, I get you. I mean, who's going to fly the Proto Shadow if I leave it?
Literally anyone.
Technically, you
It's-
can fly it with your mind.
Not while I'm not here.
Yeah, he's got to actually. He was right about that. He does need to actually be touching the controls. But like the whole time you've been gone, Clean's been piloting it. It's a cargo ship. It's not
Right.
it's not a fighter.
Anyway, I'm gonna start up the frog
The leapfrog.
because I can't jam everybody into that thing, right? It says 6 passengers.
Well, it's got enough passenger. The problem, it depends on how you want to use it. If you just want to fly it over there, then yes, you could. They need independent life support because it doesn't have life. It's built for droids. Because
they have
it's
sealed suits now, right?
because it's built for droids, it doesn't have life support and it doesn't have inertial dampeners that are adequate for like when it pierces into the hull. Like if you use it in attack mode and try to jam it into the hull, then they'd all squish up against the front and die, and you'd be probably okay, but they wouldn't.
I'd come out looking like a blender.
Yeah. So it needs some hardcore internal dampeners added onto it.
All right.
Anyway.
Well, you start the leapfrog. I'm going to jump into this Drak.
It's a good decision.
Let's try it.
All right. So that's going to take your 2 turns to do that. In the meantime, what are your commands to your NPCs?
Well, I'm going to still get the Proto Shadow over to the Hut Corvette so that Clax can use the tractor beam to hold the Corvette from the butt end.
Okay. I'm assuming you're going to have Clean pilot.
Yeah, or Lucy. Lucy can pilot too, I think.
Lucy can absolutely pilot, even better now.
Yeah.
Although she is going to ask if she can go with you, as you tell her that.
Oh, she wants to ride in the Drak?
Yep.
Okay,
Okay. Well, then it is going to be Mr. Clean.
cool.
I don't have a token properly for it, but we are going to get one. But I will put both of you in there. Payne can also pilot the big ship if he wants to. There aren't going to be any piloting checks for the big ship.
What's the big ship? The frog?
No, the
Proto Shadow.
the Proto Shadow. It's just he had said he wanted to do the frog, so I did bring it up originally. I just wanted to point out that like literally anyone can fly the big ship. I've changed the way it works. No one's ever going to have to roll a space piloting check, unless like you're crashing onto the planet Star Trek Genesis style, for the Proto Shadow.
We had Ace for that, though.
Okay. Let me get the leapfrog. So who's piloting the leapfrog? I guess it's Payne.
Sure.
Okay. Alrighty. Waz, what you doing?
If I hear on comms that the boarding ships are leaving, I'm going to run out of my gun ship as fast as I can.
Okay. Which
Yeah, come with us.
which of those ships are you going to get into?
I'm going to get into the leapfrog.
All right. You get into the leapfrog. Klax is going to shoot the tractor beam to pull the thing around. Two of these and two of these. Nope, that's backwards. Two of these and two of these for a ship that is the same silhouette, but a 2-speed difference. So 1, 2. Oh, Klax, come on, buddy. Okay, so Klax pulls the ship. And I'm going to say his despair is that he does pull it in, and he's got the weapon facing away, but the tail is actually sitting underneath the leapfrog's bay, and the leapfrog can't launch because the tail of that ship is literally sitting right up against the launch bay for the back end.
That sucks.
The drop class, you open the door, and you're looking right at the side, like it's 20 yards outside of the ship is the hull of the Corvette. You could make the turn to go around it, or you could try to actually board the ship directly right now with Lucy. The problem would then become the fire spray.
Yeah, no, I'm going after the fire spray.
Okay. Alrighty, I think that's everybody, so I gotta get the bad guys to go. They can't shoot from there. And the fire spray is going to come around and make a pass on the Proto Shadow. And they're going to miss. Okay. Alrighty, so the fire spray comes around and it shoots and misses wildly because it's trying to avoid its own ship and ends up over here facing away from the Proto Shadow. Now, let me put it like this and lock it. That's better. Alright, top of the round. Who wants to go first?
Can the leapfrog do anything yet?
So the leapfrog can't, without crashing into the ship, really eject from its case, eject from its launch bay. But the launch bay is open, and you're looking down at the top of the Corvette, which is practically rubbing against the hull of the Proto Shadow. The thumb of the tractor beam is super loud, and the lights are dimming. Your brownout problem still hasn't been fixed. But go ahead.
Can I just get out and get on the ship?
I was gonna say yes. You could potentially just jump onto the hull of the ship.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do that.
Okay. Payne jumps out. Waz?
I have a new set of armor that is not sealable.
Oh.
And all that money on new armor.
Yeah, you'd have been better off with. He wanted the extra hard point. I know what he wanted, but you'd have been better off with laminate.
Laminate didn't have 2 hard points.
Or the shock trooper armor.
Laminate doesn't have 2 hard points.
It does.
I thought it. I'm almost positive it does.
Oh, it does.
Yeah,
That's
it's got
cool.
3 hard points. Yeah.
Can I retcon that I did that and spend an extra $1,000?
Yes, you can. I'll do it. Hold on. Let me do the thing. Okay, so you're going to jump out too. So you two are now on the surface. Now, it's worth noting that while laminate armor often comes with some basic tools, it does not have magnetic feet. So you're going to have to use like a rappel line to like grapple yourself to it.
Good thing it's got one of those built in.
Yeah, it does.
Well, he does. As you guys will.
Oh yeah, he's got his little arm thing. You're right. Okay, so now you're fixed. You've got laminate armor in there. Okay.
Yeah, doing it at a light range, or I'm just sliding down.
Yep. We're gonna say that you guys are just walking along the hull looking for an access port. Is that what you're doing, or are you trying to do something else?
Looking for a way in, yeah.
Okay. Clax is spending his turn holding the Hut Corvette in place. Clean is not going to try to do anything maneuver-wise. He's just going to try to hold the ship in place because the ship's already browning out, and he's worried that if he starts firing thrusters or shooting guns, that the power's just going to flip.
Yep.
So that brings us back to Ghost. Lucy is excited. She's on one of the guns because you have 4.
We're gonna get closer to this and then start blasting.
Okay. Go ahead and give me... Do you want to gain the advantage and tuck in behind it?
Yeah.
Give me gain the advantage. And... Ooh. I guess that precludes you from being able to shoot because it's an action. Alright, I'll have Lucy shoot after you're done.
Are we going the same speed?
It's moving at speed 4. Your max speed is speed 3, so it's 1 speed faster than you. I'm assuming you just punched the throttle out of the gate.
Yeah. So the initiating ship is slower. 1 slower, it's 3 purples. Fuck.
All right. Well, she still
What the hell?
she still gets to shoot, but she doesn't get her advantage.
Right.
Okay.
With those 2 advantage, can you pass it on to the next player?
Yeah,
I'd love to.
it'd be the next player.
Yeah.
I think she's gonna hit. Okay. So these things do... Too bad she didn't roll 1 more advantage. She should be able to double down. She does 5 damage.
7.
Okay. Down to 7. Alrighty. So that should bring us back to the top of the round because... Well, no, the bad guys have to go. So this guy is going to take evasive action and attempt to gain the advantage. He's faster than you. So it's going to be easier for him. But he is not a good pilot. And okay, so that's... Oh, I hit the wrong button. That is not his check. It is an easy maneuver, though. Let's see if he does it. He definitely does it, though. Alright, so he tucks in behind your ship. Spinning around. Kind of does like a loop-de-loop. Gets behind you. You're still trying to figure out how your shit works because it's all built for droids. All right. Now it's top of the round. The Corvette. So, those of you who are on the Corvette, it is shaking violently, like as the port and starboard thrusters are like alternating fire as the helmsman of that ship is trying to shake it free, but the Proto Shadow is latched on and is... If anything, they're just moving the Proto Shadow with it. But they're definitely trying to get free.
Alright.
Also, you find an access port if you would like to go inside.
Yep.
Okay. Move this over here. And then objects, saved objects, grid. Color, black, apply. that's too thin. You can't really see that very well. There we go. All right. Initially, you come into a corridor, and you can see a T-junction at the end of the corridor, and one door heading off here. I'm going to get your tokens and drop them at the end of the corridor here. There's no one in the corridor at the moment.
I don't know where my token is.
It's on the bridge of the ship. All right. Where you guys want to go?
Is there a sign over the door?
Nope. It has an unlocked panel.
I open a door.
Okay. There's a room filled with cargo crates and 3 Klatooinian thugs who turn and see you open the door. And they're like, "Hey, you're not supposed to be here." Like, duh. Are you going to do anything?
Can I close the door and wait for them to open it again and come out?
Sure. That's going to be your turn.
Oh, I can't hold action? I guess it's an action to close the door.
You used a maneuver to get in, and you used a maneuver to get to your current position, so you're out of maneuvers. So closing the door, I think, is an incidental because you're already
There was
at the door.
only something you had that was like already mounted on your shoulder and firing. Fire. Why does fire seem like the word I'm looking for? I don't know.
Can I hit the button and have my shoulder pop out and spray fire everywhere?
Yes. Assuming it's not a maneuver to use that.
I assume it's an action.
I think it is.
It should be at most an incidental to activate it.
Yeah, I haven't read the rules. I don't think that it's going to be an issue, and I'm not going to bother looking it up at 12:02. So let's just do the attack.
Oh, it's 1 purple because they're in short range. Is that correct?
That is correct.
With my 2 advantages, can I catch the room around them on fire?
Yes. Smoke starts to fill the room as the crates start burning. All the fire alarms start going off, which are spraying anti-fire foam everywhere, and suddenly the whole room and the hallway outside of it, because the door's open, fill with something that obscures vision, makes it hard to see. Payne, it's your turn. You've used 1 maneuver to get inside. Are you going all the way to the intersection, or are you going to that door?
To the edge of the intersection.
Okay.
I just want to peek around.
Yep,
And,
you just
see
want to
if-
see what's going on. All right,
See
so
if Tabby has any idea of where the bridge is.
yep. Actually, Tavi has schematics for this class of ship. And actually, you know what would be really cool? I'm going to change the color to blue. And I'm just going to be like, doop, 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 doop. There you go. She's also going to tell you that in this configuration, there could be as few as 12 or as many as 30 people on board. Okay. So those are your 2 maneuvers. I'm guessing you don't have an action to take. Did I lose anybody?
Muted myself. Can't take 3 maneuvers. So I can't think of an action I could use at this time.
Okay. Alrighty. I didn't think there was anything you could do, but I didn't want to say just move on to the next person until I'd asked.
Yeah, move on.
Okay. Alrighty. So outside in the drop class boarding ship, Dex has just had this this fire spray jump onto its tail. He hasn't fired or anything yet. You want to dogfight him a little bit? What do you want to do?
Hell yeah, I'm gonna dogfight him. I'm gonna try to turn on him and pew 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 pew.
Okay. So you'll be doing that at a increased difficulty because of his gain the advantage maneuver.
Bastard.
Yep. So go ahead and roll your gunnery check. I'm not going to make you do a piloting because you've already done the gain the advantage maneuvers.
Gunnery, huh? Okay.
Yep. And I'm going to roll...
What's the difficulty for the gunnery? Are we the same? No, I'm smaller.
It's 2 purples for this scenario because of your dogfighting stance.
Okay. One.
1-1 was Lucy. You were 0-2.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Lucy did hit with her cannon, though. Her cannon tracks and deals 5 more damage. That's her second hit against him.
Did you see the art that I sent? I posted.
I did not because I have Discord muted.
Okay.
Oh, man, that looks good. It even has the closed state. That's really good. Yeah, let's get that in here. Okay, so someone tell me... we were down to 7, so we should be down to 5 now, right? So bits of armor are flying off the front of this thing as blaster fire from her turret hits it.
She did 6 damage?
She did... Yes, 6 damage. So sorry, it's down to 4. Don't fall through the world. And you can have these arms opened or closed since you gave me both. That is super cool to have.
Just keep swimming.
Okay. Scourge. Alright. Clean's gonna be like, hey, Cap, you want any help with that thing? You got it? We're holding this thing in place, but I can't do much else.
Yeah, you just keep holding that thing.
Okay.
Don't let it shoot you.
So you see the tractor beam strengthen, and what Clean does is he actually takes power away from the engines. So the Corvette can now kind of move the Proto Shadow around. The problem is that it can't move its relative position. The tractor beam's solid. So even though it like kind of starts moving it forward, it can't move the Proto Shadow, but it is moving itself.
They're tidally locked.
Yep. Okay, so the fire spray is going to get a turn.
Lucy, it's me and you. It's gonna kill us both.
It's going to hit for 4 damage. So you're going to go down to 8. Hull trauma.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. I got to roll a black because I didn't know it had shields. I didn't. Those things usually don't have shields. That's really weird. Oh, it just made an extra threat. Alrighty, so for its 2 extra threat, I'll give you a boost next time you have to shoot at it. You gotta remember it.
Alright.
Alrighty. Waz. Or Pain.
Can I shut the door
Yes, you may shut the door.
and like try to jam it a little bit?
Give me a 1 purple mechanics check. That'll be an action. You pop open the locking mechanism and then slide it in place, and then for good measure smear fire paste all over the mechanism's internals. And it jams pretty solidly. Pain.
I am going to continue moving towards the bridge.
Okay, you're just going to take your full turn to do.
It depends on how far I get, but yeah.
So this corridor leads straight to another section. And according to Tavi, just past this intersection is the bulkhead door to the bridge.
Right, how far can I get?
You can get all the way up to the bulkhead door. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, I even throw a bulkhead door in for good measure. That's really big bulkhead door. That's kind of intimidating.
It has been growing.
Okay.
Open it and be like,
Okay, you're going to open the door? Or you're going to attempt to open the door, because what you're going to do is you hit the button. That's like the one door you've come across so far. It's been locked.
I'm going to punch it.
Okay.
Because if you hit it, it always opens. Or if it's open and you hit it, it locks.
Okay. You're going to punch the control panel
Worth a
then.
shot. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I see. That makes sense.
It does, right?
Yes, I'm gonna punch the control.
Sure.
Panel. Yeah.
That's
Why is he
that's,
questioning
that's,
this? Isn't the
that's a simple brawl check. Simple means there's no opposition.
all right?
If you roll a triumph, the door's going to open. Oh, you were robbed. It almost was a triumph. You know what? The door opens. Inside, there are 3 Clatoonians. One of them is huge and is wearing furs and teeth and stuff from a tribal perspective. You'd be like, all right, obviously that guy is the big bad.
His name is Maul. It's Maul, no H. He's a poser.
Hold on while I pull up Maul's statistics.
I would like to ask him where Gimba is.
Okay.
I was expecting him.
We'll call that a incidental. And he'll be like, boss wants you dead. Get him, boys! Gotta deal with one intelligence people all the time, right?
I would like to look at them and be like, one of you is going to tell me where he is. The other ones are going to suffer. Okay, to be fair, you're all going to suffer. But one of you is going to suffer blood. Maybe.
Okay.
It's questionable.
Ghost.
I'm gonna keep shooting at this thing.
Okay. Two purple gunnery check. Give yourself a boost from the last time.
Oh yeah, the boot.
And aim.
Fucking yellow.
It doesn't matter. You evaporate this thing.
Pew 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 pew.
He activated Link and did 20 damage.
Yeah. That was enough to. That would have been enough to one-shot it if you'd done it on the first pass.
Right? That's the way it should have been.
Yeah, I don't know why you waited so long to do that. That seems like...
Yeah. Yeah, right?
As
Yeah.
opposed to how you did it and waiting
Huh.
until the end.
Yep.
I'm watching the feed, Captain, and that seems like if you just done that sooner, you'd be here already.
Thank you.
Oh man,
Thank you.
the spike just comes right in the front.
I mean, he could just zone in on Payne's signal and then spike in. The problem is they're both organics, and the impact would probably kill them. Actually, Lucy would probably live.
That's fair.
It'd be awesome just to come through though and nail the
Lucy
boss.
and me merge.
I mean,
I become part of her guardian.
for the cost of a hard point, this ship is capable of doing that.
Yeah, we need the inertial dampeners, right?
Yep. Well, advanced inertial dampeners is what you need. But yes. Anyway, so Lucy doesn't get a turn this time because you blew the thing away. So Waz, you hear the sounds of screaming and carnage in there, not because they're burning, but because they can't breathe. Incidentally, this fire foam that's all around you, kind of dampening your style, also making it hard to breathe.
So I saw Waz take a left up here, so I'm gonna come up here, take a left,
Okay.
and then at this
Can you see the future? How did you see Waz do that?
Right? I was gonna say he saw Waz do that. That's nuts.
Holy
tripping
shit.
out on
Waz is
fire
a-
retardant.
So 3 more Clatunians jump out of this doorway as you're coming through. You're not actually all the way up there. You're right about here. And you turn around and hear them, and they see you and immediately start charging behind you. Now, you can still get to that point before they can if you want to be up there. Or you can turn and engage them. It's your choice.
I have a hands-free thing.
Yep.
Can I run and it shoot over my back shoulder?
Yeah, we can. That's strictly narrative because in reality you just move and then pull the trigger to shoot because their range band doesn't change. So yeah, that's a 1 purple gunnery or whatever it is, heavy range gunnery, whichever this thing is. This range light, really? Wow. Okay, so it's a light range check.
Doesn't change.
Okay.
Can I just rain fire over top of them so the ceiling and all of the things that are putting the fire out, I want to hit those with my fire.
Okay. It activates this corridor and the corridor you're walking into. So behind Payne, the little suppressor things start dropping from the ceiling. Chunk spray, chunk spray, chunk spray is like they're coming down the hallway towards them. And you could hear all the fire suppression systems behind you going off. Also, the Clatunians, Payne can't see it because he's facing them. The Clatunians would also see a bunch of fire come down the corridor right before Waz turns the corner. They don't know he missed. Okay, Payne?
Oh, it's my turn?
Yes, these guys are going to go right after you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to step up to the big one. Actually, I'm just going to step up here.
Okay.
And I'm going to punch the big one.
Okay. He actually he does like a hand motion. These 2 Clatunians like step aside because he's like in a one-on-one honorable combat you and everything.
I will bow to him, and then I'm going to poke him.
Okay. He's 2 reds to hit. He has a soak of 7 because you named him. Not that it'll matter.
Small M-A-U-L. Great. Then we roll this. Alright. So, that's 2, 6... No, 2, 4, 6, 11, and what can I do with 3 advantage? I think there's a thing.
You can give someone a boost or do something narratively.
No, there's a thing I can do with unarmed attack.
Oh. Was that strain damage through soak that is your 11 damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a little pokey poke.
If you can get one more strain damage out of this attack, you'd actually knock him out in a single hit.
I don't think I can. I can. The only thing I can think of is. Hold on. There we go. Disorient knockdown.
Yep.
So I could disorient him for 1 turn.
Okay. Loses his free maneuver, I think is disorient.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that. It's not that big a deal.
Alright. Baddies are gonna go.
You know what? I'm just gonna like the little poke that I gave him just knocks him down because that would look more awesome
Okay.
and be about as effective.
Alright. So it's 4 damage to Pain and 4 damage to Waz as the Clatoonians charge in from here. And these 2 side Clatoonians decide to step into the fight as they see their boss knocked down.
Yeah, I don't even look at them.
Are you drawing a Kraken?
No, it's a dragon.
It better not be anything dirty I'm going to get banned on Twitch for.
Hopefully they can't see white on white.
Why don't you erase that now that you pointed it out? Since you can actually be banned from Twitch for that. Shit's not funny. Alright, so... Hold on, where are we at? We're top of the round. So, Ghost, are you gonna try to board with this ship?
I think that would kill us.
You don't have to use it in assault mode. You can just dock.
Yeah, I want to dock.
Okay. So you guys end up docking with this airlock, and as soon as it opens, there's just frickin' carnage and shit, and Waz facing down a bunch of Clatoonians.
Oh man, I gotta help Waz. I'm gonna
You
start shooting.
use a maneuver to do the docking mechanism, so keep that in mind.
Okay, so I can still action and shoot, right?
Yes.
Okay. What's the difficulty to hit one of them?
It's 1 purple. It's all short range. Oh yeah, that's okay. So you kill 2 of them.
Excellent.
Oh, that one lived then. Okay.
And then can Lucy shoot? Or should it have those guns?
Lucy's gonna go when the NPCs go. So,
Okay.
Waz, it's your turn.
I'm going to turn around and punch him.
Okay.
Two purples.
Yep, it's 2 purples. He's a standard baddie. How much is that?
5.
Alright, that's enough to hurt him. He's still up. You know, you should draw these little art pieces on like your side of your ships, like nose art from fighters.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Okay, Pain,
Oh, yep. I'm gonna punch him again.
the one that's on the ground or the guys on the side?
The one on the ground.
Okay. Go ahead and curb
Still
stomp
too
him.
red?
No.
Hmm?
No, it's not. If you're gonna curb stomp him, it's gonna be. Oh, you're gonna do strain damage. I guess it will be an actual check, but we're gonna downgrade it to 1 red because he's on the ground, and he's vulnerable to melee.
Oh, well. There we go.
Okay, he's out. He's out, and you don't even need to use that triumph for it unless you want to. But with that triumph, I'll let you also take out one of his minion side pieces.
Yeah. I just reach over and grab one of the minions and use that to pound him unconscious.
And it works. You hear the sounds of commotion as the last group of baddies file in. You don't know it's the last one, but it is the last one. And Lucy sprints down the corridor. As a matter of fact, I'm going to give her a little bit more than I should give her and say she sprints down the corridor, jumps into the room, swings her sword, and for a minute you're like, Lucy's here! And then this Clatoonian, who has been cleaved in two, suddenly realizes he's now 2 pieces.
Dang.
And when she went around that corner, she was like parkouring off the wall. Her abilities seem to have been enhanced somewhat.
I'd say.
Okay. Back to the top of the round. Oh no, these baddies have to go. These baddies are going to rush in here. This one bad guy here is going to get to go. Alright. They managed to smack Lucy at the side while she's busy looking at Pain, being like, "Did you see what I did, Dad?" Alright, top of the round. Ghost.
I guess I can shoot at this Clatoonian.
Okay. It is a 1 purple check, but there's a black because Waz is between you and your target.
Alrighty.
Oh, he finally got one of those. He's dead. The fire suppression systems have now put out the fire in the hallway, but now there's this muck everywhere, and that the air is getting hard to breathe.
For Waz.
Oh, that's right. You have a sealed suit, so you are fine. He
I
has,
have
he has a sealed suit, so he's so you guys are fine. Lucy's the only one that doesn't have a sealed suit, and she's still fine. Okay. So Waz and Pain.
Can I make it all the way down?
Yep, 2 strain. 2 purples to melee engage. Or you can light range attack.
I have to light range. I can't engage and then attack.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. The good news is it's got an area effect if it hits. And it's going to hit. Alright. Give me the stats on this thing.
It says it does 5 damage plus 3 successes, 8 damage.
Okay.
It's also Pierce 2.
That's 10 damage. Okay. Well, this guy's dead and this guy's on fire. Okay. Pain. If you come out into the hallway, you'll see that one of the Clatoonians is barbecue, and one of them is on fire and trying desperately to pat himself out, and the other one is about ready to charge.
I'm gonna punch the one that's about ready to charge.
Okay, 2 purple melee. Or, sorry, 2 purple and brawl.
This time I'm gonna use my repulsor fist
Okay.
because I want to use it. Let's see.
You should have helped put the fire out on that one guy.
Why would I do that? He looks like he's in a great deal of pain.
If you do it aggressively, like with a bat.
Oh.
Oh, that sucks. You're gonna give the shit out of him, too.
Yep. Just put my repulsor fist right through his body.
Alright. So that's NPCs. Lucy's gonna finish these guys off. She's going to come in here and turn into, River from Firefly and drop on the other side. Looking very happy with herself, actually, being like, I'm so good. And now every NPC on this ship is dead. It's also almost completely intact.
The mole guy, I think, is just unconscious.
Yes. Technically,
Yeah.
the ones that pain hit are technically just unconscious up until the airlock gets triggered.
I'm going to go find him.
Mhm.
And what's the word I'm looking for?
Interrogate.
I'm going to sever his the nerves that control his arms and legs.
Oh.
I'm a doctor.
Yep. Okay. You do that.
And then I'm gonna wake him up.
He just recently ran wires through those nerves for his friend.
I've got a lot of experience with this shit.
So he makes like a howling noise and starts barking in his native language, and he's very panicked because he can't move his extremities.
I kind of smack him a little bit, with my not soft hand,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, "Where's Gimba?"
He's gonna be like, the boss man. The boss man wants you dead. Go ahead and give me an
Yes.
intimidate check. You can go ahead and
I
take
mean, I'm
four boosts for your current scenario.
I'm not intimidating. It's not gonna help, but
It
I hear you.
give 4 boosts. It's only a 1 purple.
Let's see if I even have a skill rank in that.
Oh, is that coercion?
It is coercion. Sorry, that's what it is.
Oh, hey, I do have a skill in it. Alright, and difficulty is 1. What was it?
It's 1 purple. You've disabled his motor skills, and you've beaten the shit and killed out of everyone. You got good reason.
Hey, look, it actually succeeded, even though all of the things are old blank.
So he looks at the terminal and he's like, Gimba stays on his private yacht with the bulk of his forces. The coordinates are in there. I'll give you the passcode if you put me in an escape pod and fix me.
You give me the passcode, I promise not to leave you like this.
Did you roll advantage?
No, yeah, actually, I rolled 2.
Okay, he'll look resigned, and he's definitely concerned you're not going to keep your end of the bargain, but he gives you a 4-digit code. It's 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Passcode for Gimba. Now, at this point, I have to ask, what's your skill set?
I can lift heavy things.
Lift heavy things, but they put you in charge of this ship?
I'm smartest of my brothers.
Oh, jeez, that gene pool has got to be awful. All right, well, I run a scalpel across his throat.
Okay.
But I wouldn't leave him like that.
You did.
I
You
said
did.
I wouldn't leave him like that. I'm
Okay.
doing the universe a favor. I thought about hiring him, but then I was like, he is dumb as fuck.
Well, they're Clatoonians. They all have like an intelligence of 1. Some of the really geniuses of their society have an intelligence of 2.
Dodge that one, Ghost.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm glad that he didn't make your resume list.
I'm not sure. The I can lift heavy things might have worked on Ghost.
I've got a couple of those already, though.
can lift heavy things.
Alrighty. You guys have a new ship. But you're going to have to figure out what you want to do with it in the next time.
Yep.
I'm saving the map. How does everyone feel about tonight's session?
That was fun.
How much are hodgepodge Corvettes going for nowadays?
Not nearly as much as they would be of value to the people you're helping.
Yeah, that's true.
Honestly, this is little more than a freighter with a couple of guns strapped to it. It's the equivalent of an Interceptor 4 frigate. Oh my god, I hit the wrong button and it just erased everything. Games, load most recent autosave. Check your tables real quick to make sure when this loads that it has basically what it's supposed to. Should be right. It looks like I only lost a couple of seconds. It's this one, and I want to overwrite. Overwrite. Does everyone's stuff look good?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay. But yeah, you guys figure out what you want to do with that Hut Corvette. It's the equivalent of a Pirate Interceptor 4 frigate in the generator. It's got 2 turbo lasers and a concussion missile launcher. So,
How many missiles?
what do you mean? How many? Like, you mean how many are in the magazine?
Yeah, it shot one at us. Is it like full of missiles? Those are very valuable in a covert war.
Limited ammo 3, and it shot 1, so it's got 2 missiles left.
There you go. It's only got a little bit of burn damage on the inside.
Yep. I mean, you guys basically took it intact. Not that it was in great condition to begin with.
Fire suppression systems work fairly well.
Those have got to be refilled.
Alright. I'm just going to exit to the main menu now that I've saved.
Put the table.
No, I'm too scared. Alright. Good. That was, I think it was a very successful evening.
Yep. It's a good time.
Yep. You guys let me know what you want to do with that ship. I'm guessing you're taking it with you, but if you want, you are already on Now Hutta. The problem is that it is a Hut ship. So you could turn around and just try to sell it here. And there'd probably be somebody who doesn't like Gimba who'd buy it from you, but Gimba would totally have an opportunity to be like, all right, I'm just going to hire more people to come get you because now I know where you're at and you're selling my ship.
Yeah. It can be traced too, right?
Yeah, it can be traced. But it's such a pathetic ship that, in all honesty, I feel as the GM, your best bet is to bring it to like your resistance people and be like, now you have a ship.
Like a command ship.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's what we'll do.
All right, gentlemen. I will see you next time. Thank you for joining me.
Yep. Take it
Thanks,
easy.
man.
Have a good night.